Good morning, darts fans, and welcome back to the Online Darts Live League. It's Champions Week, remember, so let's get cracking with Group A in Day 2. We had one of the best days that we've ever had in the Live League yesterday, with an incredible standard of finishing, scoring, and gameplay. So let's get cracking as the Oliver Twist Day commences, because, please sir, we want some more! Osborne is back. He finished yesterday with 8 points. And a leg difference of +1 in the end. And you think, being in second position, he should have a better leg difference. Well, the reason why it's only +1 is because of this guy. He finished yesterday like a thoroughbred. Didn't have it all his own way in his first 3 games.
Game on.
But his final 2, Joe Davis found 2 wins by 4 legs to 0.
100.
Today we flipped the script around a little bit, and all of the late games that we had yesterday will be the early games today. So match 15, which was Davis versus Osborne on Monday, becomes game 1 on Tuesday.
58.
So if you are not a morning person or a morning player, then this is the point of the day where you might struggle. Osborne did not struggle early yesterday. Joe Davis did. So maybe this game is a bit more in tune with the experience of Aussie.
57.
But the fact of the matter is, with Joe Davis in 3rd position on 4 points, based on his leg difference position, which is just ahead
100.
of James Richardson and Martin Adams, because he shares the same points with those 2 players. If he doesn't have a good day today, then he may be out of contention for the top spot come Wednesday.
100.
In Group A, this is what I like to call moving day, because even if you're Conan Whitehead at the bottom of the table on 2 points, 6 points adrift of the top spot,
100.
if you have a perfect day, you will be in contention tomorrow. If you had a good day yesterday, consolidate and strike on Wednesday.
100.
But we'll keep you up to date with all of the relevant tables as the day progresses. But this is the first of 15 matches today that are best of 7 legs.
60.
Each player will have 5 matches, and we have 6 players for you. These 2, Conan Whitehead, Shaun McDonald, James Richardson and Wolfie Martin Adams.
$60.
As the form book tells us,
Colin, you require
it's
60.
Osborne who has the stronger start. First start at a double for the day.
Game Shaun the
And
first
it is
leg.
successful.
Colin Osborne.
Early confidence here for Colin Osborne, who will look to leave tops, so watch out for that throughout the course of today. But a 17 darter is a solid foundation for him to start on.
Second leg, it's Joe to throw first. Game on.
Top of the table before we began for Tuesday belonged to Shaun McDonald of Scotland.
180.
And we haven't had to wait long for our first 180. But yesterday's play for Joe Davis was
81.
not about 180s. It was about one thing and one thing only, and that's finishing. Before yesterday's Champions Week commenced, he was the best finisher of the lot at over 41%. But yesterday, he cranked that up a notch, and boy did he need to. Because yesterday's standard was as good as anything we've seen.
60.
94.48. That is the average for everybody yesterday. That's an incredible standard. Only one player for the day did not average 90
44.
in Conan Whitehead, but he averaged 89.15, so he's pretty close. One of the players averaged over 100 for the day. And there's our second 180 of the day.
180.
It comes from Osborne, and it gets him back in the leg. But about Joe Davis's finishing, 51.85%, not for a match, for the day.
99.
Over 50% for 5 matches. That is, without a doubt, world class. And add to that
60.
the fact that he averaged 95.5 for the
Joe
day as well.
Uruguay, 85.
Just goes to show how good the standard was, because it was only good enough for 3rd position. 66 left. He knows where the bull is, but not on this
54.
occasion.
Colin Uruguay, 120.
Had a look at this in leg 1, but didn't get the tops. He should get there this time. Can he find it once more?
100.
No, he can't, for a 2-0 lead.
Joe Uruguay, 31.
Just watch out for that pre-throw routine of Joe Davis. He takes a fair few sips of water, takes his time, double 7.
24.
And early misses at the outer ring, and indeed
Colin Uruguay,
the
20.
inner button at the centre of the board.
Game
But
shot
no
the
miss from
second leg.
Osborne. He
Colin
continues his steady progress at the start of today's play. Started with a 17. Now he's up to the 16. So can he find a 5 visit leg to get himself potentially 3 legs in front?
Third leg, it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
Judging by what I know about Colin Osborne, after suffering only 1 defeat yesterday to Joe Davis by 4 legs to 0,
95.
he will want to inflict that same result onto Joe to gain a matter of revenge, maybe. But if Osborne was to find
93.
8 points again today, he may be in charge of his own destiny when it comes to tomorrow. Because only one person from Group A can book their spot in
85.
Saturday's finals, where £5,000 is up for grabs for the winner. The other 5 players will still have another chance to make Saturday, but they will have to come through either Groups B or C.
123.
6 players in Group C, 5 in Group B. So if you finish
55.
in spots 2, 3 and 4 in the Group A table, you will graduate to Group B on Thursday and Friday night. If you finish in 5th or 6th in this table, you will play in the same time slot on Thursday and Friday
60.
once again over a 2-day group, not a 3-day group. Has to switch
99.
and leaves a 167. Yesterday, the biggest finish was hit by Joe Davis, a 149. But he did have a plethora of incredible outs yesterday,
105.
particularly against Martin Adams.
Colin Uruguay, 167.
Joe's now going to get a look at the 120, which has been left
131.
in the previous 2 legs by Colin Osborne. But judging by that approach from the Wizard,
Joe Uruguay, 120.
Joe might have to hit this. 60 needed. 60 got.
100.
But 120 is not got.
Colin Uruguay, 36.
Double 18. Is that awkward?
8.
It was a little bit. And he's found himself on double 14 now by hitting the wrong bed.
Joe Uruguay, 20.
Has not hit a double in this match from 4 shots. And that's now double 7 once again.
Game shot on the third
Well,
leg.
If
Joe
at first you
Davis.
can't succeed, and if you can't find the double that you initially want, why not change the plan? 6 double 7 works. He gets the right amount of points, and it's now 2-1 to Osborne.
Fourth leg, it's Joe to throw first. Game on. 100.
I mentioned Oliver Twist at the start of our broadcast in saying that we wanted some more. Well, when you look at some of the points tallies for the players,
140.
I think every single person, apart from Shaun McDonald maybe, at the top, and that includes Colin Osborne, will be coming into today saying, I wanted more points yesterday.
85.
Conan Whitehead actually said to me at the end of yesterday's play that he can't believe he didn't walk away with 8 points, when in fact he only got 2. I completely
40.
understand his position. He was involved in some dramas yesterday.
$121.
That 195 leave is pretty decent considering where one of the darts ended up. And this game could be changing.
43.
Are we going to have a first game of the day very reminiscent of what we had in game 1 yesterday where Joe was playing against Shaun McDonald? Shaun took the first 2 legs with genuine strength. Then Joe Davis came back into it and took the next 2 legs.
79.
And Shaun flexed his muscles and took the next 2 for a 4-2 victory. That's what Aussie's trying to stop right here.
140.
That could help.
Joe, you require 116.
Only one treble required. And needs it now. And gets it. Double 18. That is much better from Joe Davis.
Joe Davis.
Somewhat inevitable shot at double 18 there because he has had plenty of misses at the outer ring in this match so far. But based on the strength of the doubles that we've seen so far this week, that one was surely going to go.
Game on.
2 shots from 7 as it stands, with a doubles percentage in the match of 29%. Aussie just a little bit better. 2 from 6. 1 in 3. A best average yesterday for Aussie of 104.18. That came in his first match against James Richardson. Managed to bank 9 180s. So he's already reached double figures in maximums
96.
by playing 6 matches so far this week. But James Richardson has the most 180s so far. He's got 12. And you'll have to wait another couple of matches to see him for the first time today.
57.
Good finishing yesterday from Colin. 42%. But then again, everybody played well yesterday.
43.
I don't see one category in my stat sheet from yesterday that is disappointing. As far as the finishing is concerned, the lowest percentage
58.
was Martin Adams at 33.33%. So 1 in 3 yesterday from a player was the worst we saw. What does that tell you?
60.
Joe Davis sometimes has the knack of having that dart really shoot out of his hand. Hence that first one being closer to tops than the 60. He's a very, very good dart player. But is he the finished article? No, he's not. I think in 5 years' time, Joe Davis may be closer to the finished article. He is someone who is learning at a very incremental rate, in my opinion. Technically, he is absolutely brilliant.
134.
He's got an amazing temperament.
Well, you require 102.
Such a young man, but still understands that there is lots to learn. Double top for Osborne.
Game
And that
shot on
stops
fifth
the rot.
leg.
This game
Osborne.
is taking exactly the same path as the first game from yesterday. 2 to Osborne, 2 to Joe Davis, and then another one to the person who took the first 2 legs.
Sick flag
Is
is
it going to continue?
throw first. Game on.
If it does continue, Osborne wins this leg and starts the day with a 4-2.
45.
A 4-2 that would get him to the top of the table for the time being. And of course, dependent on what Shaun McDonald does against Conan Whitehead next.
60.
When Champions Week began yesterday morning, I'm sure we all felt that the quality was going to be on shore. And the players did not disappoint.
60.
I was talking to Colin a little bit this morning and remarking that I was actually talking about him to somebody else last night, about the rebuilding process he's gone through with his game, with his equipment, and with
50.
everything to do with his career in darts, pretty much. The fact that he's able to play at this level again is testament
100.
to 2 things, in my opinion. 1, his resilience, and his flexibility to push the reset button and start again. There are players
121.
who are unwilling to do that. I think that speaks volumes about this man, who I have an immeasurable amount of respect for.
140.
But he seems to be measuring the way he's playing this game, and he is firmly the favourite to win it. Needs a treble.
46.
Does not get one. And Osborne has 2 visits to take care of
141.
this to bank a first win of Tuesday. 80 confirmed.
105.
And another 25 banked to leave double 18, which he had a little trouble on earlier. But it's looking good for Osborne to get that first win of the day.
60. Colin, you require 36.
Can he find it this time?
Game
There's your answer.
showdown the match.
If at
Colin
first you don't
Osborne.
get it, wait to a little bit later in the match and then take it then for the match. So, a very, very good job from Colin Osborne. As you can see, a steady performance around about the 88 average, which is good enough to negotiate Joe Davis at this part of the day. I'm sure he will get stronger as the day goes on. But what will we see from Conan Whitehead and our previous league leader in Shaun McDonald, who now has to respond to that win from Osborne in match 2, which comes next? Conan Whitehead and Shaun McDonald will follow in Game 2 as they get their campaign for Tuesday off and running. Shaun in a very strong position, but Conan very much in the chasing pack towards the bottom of the table, has to get moving. He's back in the black and white, is Conan Whitehead, the man from Kent. Former Lakeside quarter-finalist, of course. Up against the man from Aberdeen, who had a very successful day yesterday. The man nicknamed the Punisher by yours truly. He was incredible at times yesterday, but I think
Okay, first leg, it's Conan to throw
he would
first.
admit that he did
Game
start to tire a little bit later on in the session from Monday. He's been involved in a lot of darts in the last week. And he is
60.
now playing his 8th day out of 9. So, if he's going to have a successful Champions Week, I think the key to this week for Shaun could well be the quality of rest he gets between sessions. He was telling me this morning that
100.
he managed to get a really good early night after doing a little bit of work when back at the hotel. But now that he's back at the Yoki and has been practicing since maybe 8 a.m. this morning,
140.
about an hour and 45 minutes ago, he can now fully focus on the task at hand for him today. And he's now in second position in the table, courtesy of that
60.
win in the first game for Osborne. So has to try and keep up with him. And if he can get a win against Conan here, not only will he damage Conan's chances as the clock ticks on his possibility of topping this group, but he will create a 6-point buffer.
87.
Yes, 6 points between himself, with Osborne on 10 points, of course, and that of James Richardson, Joe Davis, and Martin
43.
Adams on 4. And with
Shaun, you require 140.
only 9 or 10 games remaining, a 3-game buffer is a big gap. Double 10.
Game,
And
Shaun
that is
the
a
first
great
leg.
start from Shaun McDonald.
McDonald.
Well, well, well. Just when you think that we've seen all the highlights yesterday, he comes up with one very, very early, and Conan Whitehead is winded very early in this match.
Second leg, it's Shaun to throw first. Game on.
12-dart break and gives Conan no room to breathe.
$96.
I mentioned in the last match that Conan said to me that he should have walked away with 8 points yesterday. I think he would admit that one of those games that he lost,
94.
that he should have won yesterday, was against Shaun in match 14. He lost it by 4 legs to 3. The averages were very similar, around 89. And the reason why Conan did not win that match is because of his doubles percentage, which was down at 27%. Shaun's a lot further up at 44. So when he gets chances, he has to take them.
100.
But a lot of us will look to Osborne and to McDonald to perform this morning and this afternoon. So maybe the pressure is off Conan a little bit.
85.
He can be a bit more free-flowing today.
$67.
He doesn't want to rely on treble 19 and treble 18 as much. He really does need to get that first dart in the penthouse of that treble 20. That will make things a lot easier for him.
100.
Needs to stay up top, really.
60.
Fails to get to a finish, and McDonald
Shaun, you require 100.
is looking at another 2 treble 20 outshot here. And he might get it. Well, that leaves 71.
$104.
Very, very good stuff from the Scot, who has got out of the traps in this game
44. Shaun, you require 32.
Double 16 for a 16 darter.
Game Shaun, the second leg.
Borderline
Shaun
ruthless
McDonald.
here from Shaun McDonald, who is getting the same start that he got yesterday against Joe Davis. He took the first 2 legs. He's done exactly that against Conan. Can he have a better middle portion of the game here early?
Third leg, it's Conan to throw first.
He let
Game
Joe
on.
Davis back into that first game of the day yesterday. If he can negotiate leg 3,
81.
he'll feel good about his chances of getting a 4-0. Exactly what Conan does not want. These two were the only players yesterday not to register a ton plus average.
58.
There's no shame in that. Best average yesterday for Shaun, 96.45. He did have a lot of averages in that low to mid 90s range, though. He was very consistent. His best average came against Martin Adams,
140.
but that wasn't the best statistic of the match. He won by 4 legs to 3, took every single double perfectly,
30.
4 from 4, and he got 3 ton plus checkouts. 143, 119 and 129. And those 2 that I've just mentioned, the 119 and the 129, came in legs 6 and 7.
58.
And it's a mark of respect to Adams and Richardson from their match yesterday that performance from Shaun McDonald was not the highlight of Monday. So far today, that has been the miss
58.
for Conan. He's hitting that small 20, and the dart is coming out of his hand just a little late. It's not as much of a problem for Shaun because his darts do not stand up the way Conan's do.
100. 100.
Not quite enough to get to a finish.
Shaun,
And McDonald
you require 145.
has the luxury of 6 darts from 145. He's not getting a great deal of pressure when he's in the finishing zone. It doesn't have to go 25 here. He could go treble 11. Perfectly done.
113.
Just because you're on 65, don't feel that you're boxed in to one shot.
138.
Great lead from Conan, but it may be
Shaun,
too
you
late.
require 32.
Shaun's already got a sighter on double 16 and
Game's
uses
on the
it.
third leg.
Beautifully done.
Shaun
3-0 to Shaun McDonald, and he's putting in a very, very strong performance. Is he tired coming into Tuesday? Doesn't look like it.
Fourth leg, it's Shaun to throw first. Game on.
I said that he didn't register a ton plus average yesterday. Well, he's pretty close to registering one here.
100.
And he is looking fairly dapper today. It's not an outfit I would have chosen. Well, maybe something I would have chosen
140.
in my heyday when I wore some rather bright colours when I was playing darts. But he's got the snazzy shoes on and the colour coordination of the Joker, because he likes a bit of
53.
purple, doesn't he? And a bit of blue. A somewhat sinister look today from the Punisher.
43.
But stylishly sinister. Some players like to wear exactly the same colours all the time. Conan's like that. He likes to wear black and white. His favourite colour combo. Whereas Shaun likes to mix things up. Nothing wrong with that.
57.
He's got the brogues on today. And I suppose you would classify James Wade as the king of the brogues in darts.
45.
He has been known to wear some absolutely horrendous shoes, albeit very expensive, bright-looking shoes. I think even he's seen sense over the last 6 months. He's starting to wear really comfortable shoes, but Shaun McDonald is Mr. Comfortable in this match. And I mentioned, of course, that perfect doubles performance that he had against Adams yesterday. He's very close to doing it again.
100.
He's averaging 96.96.
Shaun, you require 111.
And he's 3 from 3 on his doubles. 92 remain. Make that 72.
99.
He will get a look at that double six to have the first perfect doubles performance of the day. I say the first because if he gets it,
45.
it might not be the last.
Shaun, you require 12.
Get it first start, he might get a ton plus average as well. The first miss. But it doesn't last long. A beautiful performance from Shaun McDonald, and Conan Whitehead at the foot of the table has a lot of work to do. You see that the average didn't quite make it to the 100, but it's still a very, very impressive performance from Shaun, who goes back to the top of the table on leg difference, but we now have a 6-point gap between Osborne, McDonald and the chasing pack. Two of the chasing pack, Adams and Richardson, they will face off next. Online Darts Live League for Tuesday. Group A will continue with match 3 just about to start. So Martin Adams, Wolfie, will take on Ruthless James Richardson in match 3. And this was a belter yesterday. I don't think I sold that enough, because this man played exceptionally well, not just in that match with Martin in match 13 yesterday, but all day long. But so did Martin. He averaged 96.48 for the day, and somehow...
Okay, first leg, it's James to throw first.
Finished in 5th position in the table. If you wanted one statement this morning to explain
60.
How good yesterday was, that's about it. Yes, Martin Adams nearly averaged 97 for the day with 33% on his doubles and finished 5th out of 6 players.
85.
If you want to take that one step further, James Richardson finished in 4th, averaging 101.74 for the day, with 12 180s, the most of any player, and 41% on his doubles. And he finished 4th. So there you have it. Yesterday was just a bit crackers. Based on what we've seen already today from Osborne and McDonald, who have got themselves to 10 points already and have now created a 6-point chasm between themselves at the top and the chasing pack, including both of these players. These guys have got to get a move on. 10 matches remain in this group, 5 today and 5 tomorrow. They need mistakes from Osborne and McDonald.
100.
And they need to win the majority of their matches. They might have the possibility of slipping up once or twice if they're lucky.
$60.
We are assured that one of these players is going to get to 6 points within 2 wins of the top 2. But as to who it will be,
180.
That might have a bit of a bearing on it, because he was the biggest 180 hitter, like I said, from Monday. The only person to register double figures.
180.
But this match
James,
has early promise. Double 10. Another slide to the left to open up the bed, to stay away from the flight. And it is a very, very good job from James Richardson, who is looking to get more wins today than yesterday. He was taken out by some very good timed finishes. Is Wolfie up to the task today?
Second leg, it's Martin to throw first. Game on.
Speaking to Martin a little bit earlier on, he was laughing, joking and smiling as usual. An incredible person to be around in the morning. He automatically makes your day better.
135.
I consider it my esteemed privilege to have worked with Martin this year and last year so much. And indeed played against him, which was always fun.
60.
I say always, he gave me a couple of hammerings, but standard when you're playing against a legend. But he reflected on yesterday's play with genuine glee, because
100.
he appreciates good darts. He expects players to bring it in Champions Week when there's money on offer.
81.
He knows that if he wants to get his mitts on that 5,000 at the end of the week, he's going to have to work very hard. And we talked briefly as well about the game he had with James yesterday, which
96.
I have to say is probably the best game we've had this year.
140.
An average for Martin in that match of 106. James had 108, and it was 4 legs to 3. It was astonishing from start to finish.
100.
This game has been very decent so far, but it could ultimately crescendo into maybe the first 7-leg match of the day.
140.
That's good pressure from James.
Martin, you require 70.
Martin looking to close James out. Just the one dart to double.
Game
and that is all he requires. Switched on early is Martin Adams, and I think he knows playing James at any time, whether it's early, middle of the session or late, he's going to be dangerous. So Martin did well to take that one out.
Third leg, it's James to throw first. Game on.
Just a little more on that game they had yesterday. A high out in that match of 145
100.
from James Richardson. The averages could have been better. At the 5-leg mark, they were both averaging around 112. A little bit of tension towards the end, which cost James Richardson dear. He was celebrating his wedding anniversary yesterday.
57.
And statistically, he was the best player, but he didn't get the most points. Martin is sporting
100.
his white and blue Wolfie prostate cancer shirt today. And I think that charity
83.
does an incredible amount of good work. Martin is one of their biggest sporting patrons. And of course, if you are a fan of the show Friends, you may have been reading about prostate cancer in the last 24 hours, which is about the character Gunther, who has got stage 4 cancer, which was very sad news yesterday. So throw all your support behind that amazing charity, because they have not only helped some of our great starts in the sport, like Dennis Priestley and Martin Adams, but they help a lot of other people too. Every time Adams steps to the left
James, you require
to try and open up that treble 20 bet, he seems to hit it. Incredible accuracy on that step.
130.
Oh, the plan there was to try and leave 56.
80.
But he has left the 2-darter in case Martin misses this 80, which is for a vital break of throw. That's now a brilliant single.
40.
The bed was open,
you require
but the leg could not be closed. Double 12.
7.
Richardson, who went for the marker, tried to bounce it in.
Martin, you require
Well, he
40.
missed it. Didn't miss the double. He missed the marker. Double 10.
Game
And Adams gets that very pretty looking double 10, because every single professional loves that shot just on the inside of that outside wire. Absolutely execution style from Martin Adams for a 2-1 lead.
It's Martin to throw first. Game on.
The break of throw is found. And it's not the same standard as yesterday, but that we're not surprised by. Yesterday's game was borderline unsustainable.
$140.
I always look at James Richardson as someone who, when he plays a week like this, he will get better as the week progresses. He is someone who will get better as the day progresses as well. But when you look at how he played overall yesterday, if he improves on yesterday's stats, he couldn't possibly get any less than 8 points.
140.
You can't continue to average 101 and keep losing matches. It just doesn't happen. In this match, he's averaging 90.5, which is very tidy. It's actually down on his first game performance of yesterday by 6 points, where he was done by 104 average by Colin Osborne.
140.
But after losing his throw, he has responded magnificently. Now, is Martin going to find that 60 on the step over again?
100.
Not this time.
James,
but you have to think
81.
that this is a vital 81 checkout for James. Double 12 again.
Game
this time he finds it. Maybe
Richardson.
a bit more comfortable on that combination than the previous one. Now, I say that with all humility because it's not that different to what he had before. So maybe he's just getting used to hitting double
Fifth
12
leg, it's
today.
James
That's his
to
third
throw
shot,
first.
and he's finally found it.
Game on.
Now his average is very close to what it was yesterday in his first match. But there is room for improvement.
180.
A second 180 of the match. And all of a sudden, this game is delivering again.
60.
He misses dart 4. Just pause there,
93.
just in case he was going to have another pop at a 9 darter, because he's had 2 this year. And a couple of near misses.
$100.
He has got Martin where he wants him now, because starting this match with the throw is different to yesterday.
40.
It was Martin's turn yesterday to throw first. It was key. It was one of the reasons why he was able to win the match. James has fought hard to get his throw back in this third match of the day. And now that he's got it,
60.
he has to protect it with aggressive play. And that's the only way he knows how to play this game. He never plays it defensively.
42.
But that 42 is not classified as aggressive. He's going to be okay, though, because Martin is not going to get to a finish.
60.
So he
James,
has the
you require
option of using the treble
146.
19 here, but he's going to go back up top. There you see the aggressive
105.
nature of James Richardson. Did not look at the treble 18 for double 16. He went straight into that treble 20 bet to leave double 13. See a shot, attempt a shot, get a shot. That's the way he plays. He's very similar to James Wilson in that respect.
60. James, you require 41.
Single 1. 4 double top for a 3-2 lead. Ooh, double 19.
3 scored.
Well, this is a bit of a showpiece.
Game shot.
And he's got it.
Flag. James Richardson.
I assure you that was not part of the plan, but single 1, double 19, that might be something you'd see at an exhibition. But this is no exhibition. This is for 2 points, and he's one leg away.
It's Martin to throw first. Game on.
In their head-to-head record this year, they have played 5 times.
100.
3 wins for Martin, 2 for James. So if James does get this win,
60.
he will even things up at 3-3, but most importantly, 1-1 for the week. If we cannot separate players on points in the table, we then look at leg difference.
180.
And we also look at things like head-to-head record, if needs be.
96.
Adams with his second 180 of the match gets himself in position to take us to leg 7 for the second day in a row.
140.
I talked yesterday briefly about the fact that these guys are from neighbouring counties,
100.
Northamptonshire and Cambridgeshire.
Martin, you require 81.
There isn't much of a rivalry between those two counties, but the way these two duel on the dartboard, there might be a rivalry materialising between the two of these guys.
49.
Got to leave 105, and does.
140.
Just in case.
Martin, you require 32.
He will think that Martin won't miss, and he was right. 3-3
Martin
it
out.
is, and we are going to the wire for the second day in succession, with James Richardson throwing first in leg 7. I think that might be the telling
Seventh
thing.
and final leg, it's James to throw first. Game on.
But if Martin can steal another game against James, he will be within 4
100.
points of McDonald and Osborne at the top, with McDonald and Osborne playing each other after this. So regardless of who wins this leg,
81.
that 6-point gap is going to be back. As to what is the biggest game of the day,
140.
that is yet to be determined. Before the end of this really good match, where both players are averaging in the mid-90s, allow myself, Paul the Asset Nicholson,
55.
and everybody here at the Online Darts Live League to wish a couple of people a happy birthday today. One, the legend that is Russ Bray, and another legend
100.
known as the Pie Man, Andy Smith. So happy birthday, lads. Have a great day. Adams needs a maximum and a prayer. Well, he's got 50% of what I said.
180. James, you require 100.
Just when James thinks he's got rid of Martin, he does that.
96.
That helps. And when Shaun McDonald wanted 65 a little earlier in the day, he went treble 11, but I fancy James will not go that way. He wants a shot at tops.
60.
He'll be thinking,
James, you
go for the 25, just don't hit the bullseye. Gets the 25 for tops. Match dart.
Game,
and that's all he
shut out the
needs.
match. James
Beautiful
Richardson.
14 darter to protect his position as having the darts in that 7th leg. They've dished up 2 belter games the last couple of days. Again, you see, the averages are very, very good indeed. 96 from James in his first match of the day for the 2nd day in succession. Adams again defeated after playing very, very well. But the 2 at the top of the table, McDonald and Osborne, they're going to go head-to-head next to see who's going to be the first person in this group to 12 points. Hasn't been a bad couple of days so far for these two, but Osborne and McDonald, the two clearly at the top of the table, dueling for that first position, will now go head to head. When they play each other tomorrow, it's conceivable that maybe it could be the biggest game of the first 3 days of play here at the Online Darts Live League this week. But the man from Middlesbrough started very, very brightly this morning with a 4-2 victory over Joe Davis.
Okay, first leg, it's Shaun to throw first. Game on.
But it was Shaun who shined even brighter in a 4-0 win beating Conan Whitehead with a very healthy 98.56 average. The best performance of anybody in their first game of the day. The fact that he did win 4-0 as well, that of course helps his leg difference and has got him to +8. Osborne on +3.
78.
So they can be separated at the top of the table, but only on leg difference. Yesterday it was Osborne who inflicted the only defeat on McDonald all day long by 4-3. I think they would both admit that that game did not live up to expectations.
140.
But it was their 4th game of the day and they were both starting to flag a little bit. So an 88.98 average was good enough for Colin yesterday. I have a feeling that that level
100.
will not be good enough in match 4 for Tuesday. We've just seen Martin Adams be defeated with a 93.91 average.
100.
And 60% on the outer ring. So you're seeing early on Tuesday what kind of standard gets you to the finishing line.
$97.
McDonald is first to the finish, but you'd much rather have Osborne's position as the aggressor here.
140.
Especially when he leaves 43 after
Shaun
12.
require 158.
This is not out of the question. It is now. I'm holding my breath on finishes like that today so far because
94.
these players yesterday were serving up
Colin, you
finishes
require
almost
43.
every match. Finishes that are not very easy. This one is a bit easier.
Game Shaun
And it was
on
made
first leg.
to look easy
Colin
from Osborne,
Osborne.
who finds an amazing last dart there. Because you may not know that Osborne's darts lie very flat these days. And he only had a third of the bed to aim at there, and he found it.
Second leg, it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
Now look at the rhythm of Colin Osborne these days, and it's easily
80.
twice as fast as it used to be. He used to be very poised, composed at the hockey, and take his time. Well, he's very similar to Shaun, in fact. He'd take about the same amount of time to deliver his 3 darts
100.
as Shaun does right now. But in this rebuilding process with his game, he has quickened up. The action has
60.
become a lot more swift, a bit more fluid instead of rigid. That's great to see.
$139.
That's a sensible switch from Shaun. Those darts of his have got a bit of size to them. And the flights do as well. Whenever he gets 2 treble 20s, if they're not in the top half, he does cover most of the bed. Yesterday, Shaun was one of the lesser players in the 180 stats as he gets his first one of this match. He only got 4 yesterday. The lowest 180 hitter was, in fact, Joe Davis.
140. Shaun, you require 82.
Osborne got 9. He was second on the 180 list. McDonald is looking at double top after a central single 17.
62.
This is the kind of shot
Colin,
that you get to steal a leg.
121.
If you want to get a big win against someone, these are the kind of finishes you have to find now and again, and this is not going to be found.
36. Shaun, you require 20.
2 10s. He found it in his first match on the end of a very big finish. He gets
Shaun
it in
McDonald.
somewhat smaller style in this leg, but nonetheless very, very important, and he gets himself level after 2 legs. So this one is finally poised after 2 legs.
Third leg, it's Shaun to throw first. Game on.
Good way to get that second leg as well, because if you relinquish your throw very early and then get it back in quick, smart fashion, that says something about your resilience.
180.
And he's back in the 180 column for a second 180 of the match.
$81.
He only got the 180 in his first match of the day against Conan. He's already doubled that here. So he's only one maximum away from
134.
yesterday's tally. And he's only 1.5 games in. So what are we going to see from Shaun for the rest of the day? Possibly plenty.
180.
This game is giving us a standard.
$140.
What a great leg from McDonald. 47 after 9. And Osborne's in a bit of bother here. He's not playing poorly.
100.
It's just that Shaun
Shaun, you require
is on another
47.
level. Double 16.
39.
It's a bit messy in the end. The double 16 was close,
Colin, you require 100.
but the double 8 was not. Osborne fails to take the biggest finish of the day, which would have equalled Shaun's from his first match.
55.
And he
Shaun, you
needs more
require
errors
8.
if he wants to take leg 3. Doesn't take his eye off that bed.
Game, Shaun.
And that is a very good hit in the end.
Shaun McDonald.
And the mistake does not come. So Osborne has to wait until leg 4 to register his second leg of this match. He's going to have to work very, very hard for it because McDonald is firmly in command.
Fourth leg, it's Colin to throw first.
He's averaging
Game on.
104, whereas Osborne's at 95. So this is what's needed.
140.
For his first 2 games yesterday, Osborne averaged around 100. 104 first, then a
60.
96. You might not need that kind of standard overall today, but he will need it at times.
95.
So far, it's around 98, which is very, very good. But because he's 2-1 down, he's going to have to find something a little bit extra. Whether that's a big finish or a brace of 180s. And there you have it.
180.
A fourth 180 of the day from Shaun, a third in this match. And he has equalled his total from his 5 games yesterday really quickly today.
140.
That's encouraging. But he's still not in command of this fourth leg.
$140.
He might be shortly.
Colin, you require
If Colin
126.
misses this one. Oh, that's a bad bounce. That leaves 48.
Correct. 48 left.
The treble 19 would have left double 6.
86.
So he can leave tops after 12,
Shaun, you require 121.
which is a very good leg. But he might have his pocket pinched. Not on this occasion.
97.
So a game that went 4-3 yesterday,
Colin,
in
you
match
require
12.
40.
is looking likely to go the same distance if Aussie hits.
30.
But he does not. And he's about to have words with his
Shaun, you
arrows.
require 24.
What a bonus for McDonald. Double six.
Game,
And he
Shaun,
cashes in on the bonus.
Shaun
That was
McDonald.
really unexpected. He did not think that he was going to get another chance in that fourth leg. But in this game of darts, where you get those chances, you have got to take them when they come.
Fifth leg, it's Shaun to throw first.
What an
Game on.
opportunity now to get distance between himself and Osborne at the top of the table on points and more in the leg
98.
difference. If he can serve this out here, he will have started the day with 2 wins at the expense of only 1 leg. And his leg difference will go into
78.
double figures for the very first time this week. And he could well be halfway to the points total that would see him safe into the finals. I think 24 points in this group will
58.
be enough to win this group. The last time I made a prediction, week 3, in Group A,
100.
it was won, and I said it would be won at 22 points. And I was right. I just think that 24 is going to be the number here.
99.
I said that Osborne needed to find something else.
100.
The only thing he's really done wrong so far is missing those 3 darts at double to win leg 4. He's maintained the average of around 95. It's just that costly visit.
58.
Coincidentally, that week 3 Group A was won by Niall Cullerton on 22 points. On leg difference from Jamie Clark. We will see Jamie Clark on Thursday and Friday night as he plays in Group B with Chaz Barstow. And the group will be
100.
finished up with the 2nd, 3rd
Colin,
and
you
4th
require
place players
100.
from this group. Now Aussie, the comeback starts here. And you need 85 more. But if Shaun gets 88, it will be, as the French say, le jeu sont fait.
52. Shaun, you require 88.
That means the game is up. It's not that my French is good. I just like the movie Ferris Bueller's Day Off. 88. Nothing crazy about it. Colin thought that was in.
60.
He might have thought that one was in as well. But neither
Colin,
of
you
them
require
were. So maybe
48.
there was something crazy about that 88. Double top. Must go.
28.
And does not. One of those games that just has got away from the wizard.
Shaun, you require 28.
Double 14.
Game,
This
shut
time he
out the
finds
match.
it. And
Shaun
what a start
McDonald.
to this campaign on Tuesday for Shaun McDonald. He was firmly the better player in his first match. And in match 2, he got a little bit fortunate that Osborne started a missed doubles at the right time for him. As you can see, the 92 average was good enough, only just in statistics. But as far as the doubles are concerned, could do better for both players. But Shaun McDonald at the top of the table on points and on leg difference. Match 4 has been completed now. Match 5, Joe Davis is against Martin Adams. Adams needs points, as does Davis. number 5, and on its completion we will have seen 1/3 of our action today. So, as we go into it, it is Martin Adams who is looking for revenge after losing 4-0 to Joe yesterday. Joe had one of those games against Martin yesterday that you dream of. Pretty flawless in every single department. He didn't need 180s against Martin yesterday, even in a 4-0 victory. That's how good he was on a consistent basis in scoring.
Okay, first leg, it's Joe to throw first. Game on.
And in particularly on his finishing. 4 legs to 0, like I mentioned, against the darts. An average of 103.66,
96.
his best in an online darts live league match. 80% on the doubles. He had a 309 6-dart conversion, a 145 and a 149 finish in successive legs. It was, without a doubt, the best game I've seen Joe Davis play. And I've seen him play quite a lot. But I've had an interesting tweet from Luke Morgans
100.
from Colchester in southeast England, who has said that the coverage is great, so thank you, Luke. That's really appreciated. But he just wants us to go through the format of the tournament, of course, and of Champions Week. Well, everybody has
96.
qualified to get to Champions Week in getting to the top 3 of the weekly finals. All 6 players in this group have either won a week or been runner-up. Martin Adams won week 1. Joe Davis was runner-up in week 2. But as far as this week is concerned, you have 6 players in Group A. The winner
95.
of this group will go forward to Saturday's finals. Positions 2, 3 and 4 after tomorrow's play in Group A will graduate to Group B to join Chaz Barstow and Jamie
100.
Clark. Group C will consist of positions 5 and 6 from this group and will join Greg Ritchie, Jared Cole, Richie Burnett and Scott Marsh.
78.
The 6 qualifiers
Joe, you
for
require
Saturday's finals will then
145.
compete for a winner's cheque of £5,000. That's what Champions Week is all about. If you need any more clarification on that, Luke,
65.
please feel free to ask me another question
Martin,
on Twitter.
You require 132.
Well, let's focus on the end of this first leg, because Martin Adams has lost the opportunity of taking the 1-3-2.
76. Joe, you require 80.
80 was his doubles percentage yesterday. He just needs 20 more.
70.
But he does not get 20 more. And Adams might get his
Martin, you
first leg of the
require
week against
56.
Joe. 2 20s.
60.
And somehow misses. Twice he pushed the wire.
Joe, you require 10.
Couldn't get double 10. Missed on the outside, then the inside. He pushes the wire this time. This is tricky. He's going left, which means bottom left portion.
No score.
Just threw it too hard.
Martin, you require 40. Game Shaun,
This
the
time
first
Martin
leg.
does find tops.
Martin Adams.
And that's his first leg against Joe Davis this week. So, he's climbing the ladder to his first win of the day as well. 3 more to go for him.
Second leg, it's Martin to throw first. Game on.
Interesting that we got a tweet from someone from Colchester this morning, because I do believe that is where our referee is from. Owen Binks from the county of Essex.
45.
Joe Davis is from the county of Sussex. And being from the town of Brighton,
60.
I do believe that's East Sussex, but only just. The border between East and West Sussex is pretty much just west of Brighton, I believe. Martin, a man of Cambridgeshire.
60.
And when you look at the representation that we have in Champions Week, we have McDonald of Scotland, Joe from England, Martin of England, of course, Conan,
58.
James Richardson, and Ozzy, all from England as well. But we do have a Welshman in the shape of Richie Burnett, and a couple of other Scots in Jamie Clark and Greg Ritchie.
92.
If it wasn't for that pesky COVID, we probably would have had some players from maybe the Netherlands,
58.
Germany, possibly other countries around Europe and the world. Of course, the players who can compete here are not allowed to have a tour card. Them's the
60.
rules. But we have had players here at the Online Darts Live League this year who have gone on to compete
60.
at pro level. The likes of Chaz Barstow and Robert Thornton, who have had decent cracks at it. Shaun Fisher as well, who was involved in the Super Series last week. He's had a bit of a jaunt here at the Online Darts Live League.
180.
Well, Adams is turning the screw a little bit here. And after Joe Davis suffered an early defeat to Colin Osborne by 4-2, he's in early trouble in this one.
133.
He might need that 1-3-2 if Martin misses this. Double 16 to double the lead.
32.
Now, can Joe Davis find something extraordinary once
So
again?
we require 132.
He needs a 57.
64.
He can't quite find
Martin,
enough.
you require 32.
And you don't envisage that Martin's going to miss.
Game Shaun,
And he
second
does not.
leg.
It's only a
Martin
19
Adams.
darter, but right now, Martin Adams knows probably better than most players in this group that it's not about averages, it's not about standard, it's about getting the legs when you get the chance. He's got 2 of them.
Third leg, it's Joe to throw first. Game on.
He will not care what his stats are as long as he gets the points.
58.
After losing to James Richardson in match number 3, he needs a quick answer to get himself on the same mark as James.
100.
Even if he does win this match, he's still going to be 6 points adrift of Shaun McDonald. So lots more work to do. Now for the chasing pack,
59.
the most important games they will have today are against McDonald and Osborne. Particularly Shaun McDonald, because he's the one at the top.
81.
And because there's only one spot available from this group to automatically go through to Saturday's finals. Just to give you an insight into
100.
what Martin can do about that today. He won't have to think too long because he plays McDonald in his next match. Oh, how he would love to go into that match
60.
with 2 points in the bank for the day. Because if you can beat players like that, you will not only give yourself points, but you will stop them getting some too. So it's that old double-edged sword situation, that old 6-pointer from
140.
football. Here comes the pressure. Watch out. This is what he's been doing for 35 years. It's uncanny.
180.
You can see it was coming.
Joe, you require 144.
$67 left.
94.
Turns into 50.
Martin,
But
you
the
require
destiny of this
80.
leg is not up to Joe. Can he find 3-0?
Game
Yes,
Shaun,
he
the
can.
third leg.
Talk about
Martin
a
Adams.
beautiful 6-start conversion. Yesterday, Joe took a 309 in 6, which was exceptional. But there, just 260, equally as
Fourth
important.
leg, it's Martin to throw first. Game on.
Now, I know a lot of you would probably say that that 260 wasn't 6 perfect darts because he got 2 single 20s and tops, but I actually don't care about that.
100.
I just think that converting 260 in 6 darts is world class. Whether it's 2 singles for double top or 60 in double 10.
96.
The most important thing for Martin is that he has got the 3 legs and he's only one away from a vital win. And judging by his leg difference, which I'm sure he probably hasn't read yet,
38.
the 4-0 would be very handy because he's currently on -4. Of the players in the middle section of the table, he's got the worst leg difference. So he needs to correct that.
100.
Is it another one?
140.
It almost was his third 180 of the match. And if you have chosen to back Martin Adams for most 180s in this match, you're sitting fairly pretty. Because it's 2-0 to Wolfie.
100.
Now, if you are watching with the Online Darts YouTube channel, we welcome you. Thanks for choosing us. And, of course, you can take us wherever you go with your smart device. Just don't take your smart TV off the wall. That's not the right thing to do. But if you are joining us via the streaming services of your favourite bookmaker, we also welcome you. But if you are choosing to gamble today, please do so responsibly. It is for
58.
people over the age of 18 only.
Martin, you require
And
138.
please gamble responsibly. BeGambleAware.org for more information. This has got a bit scrappy. 132 left.
26.
And that's not what the doctor ordered.
Joe, you require 147.
Treble 17 for double 18 to stay in the match.
111.
That would have been
Martin,
the
you
biggest
require
finish
112.
of the week so far. Oh no, he did have a 149 yesterday. But Wolfie's got double 16.
96.
And he's now missed a dart to win 4-0.
Joe, you require 36.
How could I possibly forget about that 149 he hit yesterday? Double 18.
Game Shaun, the fourth
And
leg.
he's in there, the
Joe
man who had
Davis.
over 50% on his doubles yesterday and wound up somewhat surprisingly at third position in the table at the end of play. He hasn't had things his own way in this match and, of course, throughout the entire day.
Fifth leg, it's Joe to throw first.
But we did
Game on.
yesterday see a few comebacks.
131.
Are we going to see another one here? I think it was Shaun McDonald that was 3-0
60.
down against James Richardson in match 5, the same as this one, match 5. He was 3-0 down and won 4 legs to 3.
60.
In fact, I do believe it was Colin Osborne against Martin Adams. So he doesn't want to let it slip again. There were so many games yesterday.
100.
I spent a good couple of hours after yesterday's play just digesting what I'd seen.
97.
Today is a bit more edgy. It started well, but it has got room for improvement.
$83.
Joe Davis's favourite to take us to 3-2. 177 would be handy here.
$58.
Since the last time I saw Joe Davis play here, which was quite a few weeks ago, I'm sure he's made changes to his equipment.
100.
His darts seem to be flying a bit faster and
So you
maybe
require
entering the board a little bit more
155.
upright. It may just be me, or whether it's the fact he's using a black stem, but they look a little bit shorter as well.
131. Martin, you require
He does a great job there.
58.
But now, it's possible. He doesn't show disappointment with that second dart.
134.
But inside, he'd be writhing, thinking that first dart
you
was so
require
perfect
24.
for a bedfellow. And he wasn't able to get a shot at double 19 for the match.
Game Shaun the
And
fifth
he'll have to
leg.
wait again
Joe
for another
Davis.
chance, because this situation of being 3-0 up and someone coming back at him, it may start to creep up on Martin Adams. It happened yesterday against Osborne.
Sixth leg, it's Martin to throw first. Game on.
Maybe that's where things were lost yesterday for Wolfie. He was able to get the starts, but could not sustain
60.
what he needed. Too many games were lost too close. He lost 4-3 to Richardson. Similarly,
140.
yesterday, he lost 4-3 to Osborne after beating Conan Whitehead by 4 legs to 2. He lost 4-3 to McDonald
95.
in a really close match. The only real drubbing he got was against Joe Davis. And that came out of the clear blue sky because at the time,
57.
Joe hadn't won a match.
$85.
It's steady to the middle point of leg 6. Adams is working hard.
$98.
There's that reverse follow through from Joe Davis that we see most of the time, where the hand goes behind his back to the right hand side. It doesn't look as pronounced as yesterday. It
100.
looks a little bit softer. But I mentioned yesterday that it's something that Jeffrey Desvaughn does. There it didn't come through. That was a lot softer, that follow through. It seems to suit him when he does that.
96. Martin, you
I'd
require
be fascinated to just get an
161.
insight into why there are two different follow-throughs for Joe Davis's throw.
$60.
Well, that's what you call a stubborn nature on the treble 20.
Joe, you
The
require
availability of a
110.
treble 19, a bullseye, a treble 18, and an open bed, all ignored because Martin wanted to stay on the 60.
40.
At
Martin,
some
you
point,
require
he will have to leave the treble
101.
20 alone. And that is now. Treble 10.
49.
And if he's going to get over the line in leg
Joe, you
6, he's
require
going to need a mistake from
70.
Joe Davis. Do not forget that Martin was 3-0 up and cruising. Double 16. And
Game
maybe
Shaun
the limbering
sixth
up
leg.
in the background
Joe
for Martin
Davis.
Adams was in preparation for a 7th leg, because for the 2nd day in succession at this point of the day, Wolfie has been reeled in from 3-0 up.
7th and final leg, it's Joe to throw first. Game on.
You wouldn't think that winning from 3-0
91.
down was a common thing. It's happened a lot more than you think.
100.
I think it's happened around 11 times in all the games that we've played this year. And whenever it does happen, it's always a surprise.
60.
I always prided myself on the fact that I never let big leads slip. The one time I was reeled in from 5-0 up to 5-5, I managed to win the last
85.
leg. But I've never lost a match from 5-0 up. I'm quite proud of that. I've won a few from certain deficits. I remember
100.
beating Justin Pipe and Ross Smith by 6 legs to 5 from 5-1 down. But in a best of 7 format, a lot shorter, of
45.
course. It is more possible, but nonetheless still surprising. But from this position now, you have to say that maybe it wouldn't be a surprise. Because Joe has the darts, he has the lead,
96.
and he has a finish. Martin really was a lot stronger than Joe earlier in the match.
50.
But something has gone wrong.
Joe, you require 154.
The averages are almost identical. They're around 83. So maybe
96.
Joe has just lifted his game enough to give himself this chance. He hasn't found a blistering way of coming back from 3-0 down. He has just found enough.
100.
So
Joe, you
for
require
the
58.
double over Martin Adams in 2 days, 2 very different performances, but nonetheless, for his first 2 points of the day, it's double 10.
38.
Now, if Martin wants to get unlikely
Martin, you require
first 2 points of the day for himself,
121.
this would be one heck of a way to do it. Guarantee the 11. Guarantee the 11! Oh, that really annoys me, and it will annoy him as well. But that was just a little greedy.
99.
It's like I always
Joe,
say,
you require 20.
better to have a shot than not having a shot. And when it's for a match dart as well, it's magnified. Double 10 is good,
Shaun
and Joe
match,
Davis
Joe
seals the
Davis.
comeback, winning 4 legs to 3 after being 3-0 down, and he got lucky at the end with Martin missing the big 11 for the bullseye as well. You can see the averages were very similar. The doubles percentages, well, it was inferior for the man who has the better doubles percentage for the week in Joe Davis, but Adams will rue that. 2 losses from 2, but Joe manages to get 2 points from a possible 4. As far as Game 6 is concerned, it's James Richardson coming back for a possible 4th point of the day, but it's Conan Whitehead looking to get his first win. 1/3 of the action has been completed now, so we go into the second period of play. But it is the second game of the day for these next two combatants. Conan Whitehead will now take on James Richardson. Conan will not be pleased with his first performance of the day. The lowest average registered throughout all of Group A so far. But maybe the dust has been brushed off for Tuesday morning. And now he's ready to let rip. But if yesterday is going to be repeated,
140.
like we have seen with certain results today, then maybe James is eyeing up 4 points from 4, because yesterday when he did play Conan,
28.
he had a very, very impressive performance. He averaged 103.73 to Conan's 86. And the only leg
100
that Conan got was with a 148 checkout. He was only given 2 shots at a double in the entire match.
60.
You may ask me, is that possible from James again today? Well, I believe it is.
55.
He lives to play darts. And as the day progresses, I do believe he will get stronger.
100.
He did not win his first match yesterday. And he did not win his second match either. He went into
100.
his third match without a win. He got his first win against Joe Davis in match 7. But he didn't wait that long for a win today. He got it in match 3 against Martin Adams.
81.
So he has that better foundation.
Conan, you require 106.
But it's Conan who has the better start in leg 1. Double 16.
74.
That would have made him feel a little bit better. Got to be a 180.
180.
It was almost easier to hit it than miss it. It was a beautiful 180 from James.
Conan, you require 32.
Double 16.
Game Shaun, the
I think
first
he was getting a
leg.
little bit
Conan
distracted
Whitehead.
by our score monitor there that wasn't registering James's 180 well. It didn't distract him enough because it is a 17 darter and Conan takes the lead.
Second leg, it's James to throw first. Game on. $140.
I'm sure these two are very much wanting to gain confidence from this Champions Week
60.
to bolster their chances of winning other tournaments later in the year. They will, of course,
121.
have to attend Q School if they want to go back to the PDC Tour. The only way
60.
that they don't have to go to Q School is if they win the Order of Merit for the Challenge Tour, which I believe is starting again very, very soon.
125.
Just go the Rob Cross route or the Ryan Searle route and just get yourself in the top 2 of the Challenge Tour Order of Merit.
100.
That will mean that you don't have to go to Q School. And that's something that Dave Evans did last year after playing exceptionally well.
75.
I'm not going to forget about what James has just done, by the way. We'll come back to that. But Dave Evans went from the Live League to the Challenge
60.
Tour.
James, you
Got his
require
way
40.
to the Tour without using Q School. Tops for Richardson.
Game Shaun, the
In
second
it goes
leg.
for 1-1.
James Richardson.
And I'm going to touch on that approach shot. 115, and he might have been going for the bullseye first for potentially a 25 and tops. 325s though. Food for thought.
Third leg, it's Conan to throw first. Game on. 100.
You may think that James Richardson looks like the kind of dart player that is ultra traditional. Well,
96.
I'd have to disagree with that. Because for me, he's the epitome of the aggressive dart player. And I don't mean the gesticulations on stage
100.
or anything like that. I'm talking about the way he plays the game. He plays the game of darts
60.
the way that Bryson DeChambeau plays golf. Give me the driver. The next club I want after that is the putter.
100.
Smash, smash, get it in the hole. And as far as the dartboard is concerned, it's barrage the 180s.
100.
Give me a shot and I'll take it immediately. Doesn't matter where my opponent is. He plays the game against himself, not against his opponent.
100.
Which most of the time is a very effective way of playing the game.
134. Conan, you require 101.
Could be a pivotal moment in this game here. Conan seems to be getting his act together. Double 16. Oh, and he's gone into double 7.
James, you require 111.
Single 11 for tops. Needs to create some room.
Game
Oh.
show the third leg.
Changing
Richardson.
rooms that was from James Richardson because he hit that from out of the camera shot. He almost hit that from the camera. But it's good enough. And a 2-1 lead.
Fourth
And
leg,
Richardson is
James
looking
to
good.
throw first. Game on.
Conan looks cheesed off.
100.
I don't blame him. He's played improved stuff here in game 2 for him for the day. But it's still not good enough. He's going to have to find that extra level where he pounds that 60
100.
and potentially finds a 4-visit leg. Now, he did lose to James
60.
yesterday, and that was his first loss to James in his career. The only time they had met previously was
41.
in a qualifier for the European Darts Open in 2019. And that was a close game.
41.
That was 6 legs to 5. European Tour qualifiers. They seem like a long time ago.
140.
It also seems like a fair while ago since Conan Whitehead was registering an
83.
absolutely gargantuan win percentage when playing in week 3. He won something in the region of 85% of his matches that week.
55.
But Champions Week so far is not going to plan. And you fancy, if he loses this game against James, that he will be having to rely on winning on Thursday and Friday
91.
instead of the rest of Tuesday and Wednesday. That's a better first start.
95.
It's a decent visit, but Richardson will fancy this now.
You require 126.
He will think he's getting a shot at the bullseye. And he is.
101.
And he almost takes it. That was a really good try.
And then you require 70.
Treble 18, and he has been the master on that segment, and he hits it again. Double 4.
66.
Fine margins. That has been the story of Conan's
James,
2
you
days.
require 25.
Double 12. He keeps hitting it,
1.
but not on this occasion.
Conan, you require
On the
4.
small conversions like 31 and 25, he's not been hitting it. But on the bigger conversions, he has.
Game shot on the 4 flag.
If in doubt,
Conan Whitehead.
go to the top right corner because that is the corner of the board that Conan really does prefer. This one is 2-2 now, and Conan may count himself very lucky to be level.
It's Conan to throw first. Game on.
If you get any fortune in this game, you
43.
have to take it. There is no room for sympathy in darts. That's a t-shirt to be made
134.
right there. That's something I say to young aspiring players to
125.
educate them about the way that games are played. If you're involved in a leg where both of you are playing poorly, you have to take advantage.
140.
If you let one slip in a bad leg, just go after the next one. And never apologise for winning a
100.
leg of darts. For some reason, that's almost fashionable at the minute. And I like good manners, don't get me wrong.
121.
I don't mean to be saying this from my soapbox, but that's like John Rahm apologising for winning the US Open on Sunday.
137.
You didn't see him apologising, and
James
you won't see
Rowan,
James
106.
Richardson apologising here if he hits 106. Well, he's nowhere near it.
46.
That treble 17 shot was a bit of a mystery.
Conan, you require 96.
Would love to find treble 20 for double 8.
Game
Great
shot on
plan,
the 5th flag.
well executed
Conan
as well,
Whitehead.
because a lot of players might have gone to the double 18 for tops, but the sensible play there was to stay on the 60 with the lie and then go to the open double,
Sixth
which
leg
he
is
hit.
James to throw first. Game on.
That shot was all about being smart.
85.
Yes, double 18 is a bigger segment, but when you have a guide that good, use it. And there aren't many players
100.
in World Darts who throw a dart as hard as Conan. Goes without saying, with a nickname like Conan the Barbarian, of course he's going to throw the darts hard.
58. $22.
That will displease him. His average is 6 less than his opponent, but that might be changing.
140.
One worrying aspect of Conan's game yesterday was the maximum hitting. He only got 5 all day,
55.
and he hasn't got one in this match. For me, that's not Conan's game.
140.
He really is a good maximum shooter, and that has been missing this week so far. But it looks very likely that we are going to go to leg 7 for a 3rd time in 6 matches.
56.
Even more likely now.
James, you require 78.
I said he missed double 12 on the small conversions. Well, it's tops this time,
38.
and that's not in. So a proportion of Conan's brain will be saying, okay, let's get ready for leg 7.
40.
I think that's reflected in that
James,
visit.
you require 40. $20.
Well, only if Conan puts in something big here and James repeats what he's just done, will we have a possibility of not going to leg 7.
58.
But it's only a leave of 170 after 18 darts.
James, you require 20.
Double 10.
Game,
Well,
Shaun,
that's a
the
great
sixth
dart.
leg.
But the
James
ones
Richardson.
before it were all just a little bit badly executed and badly thrown. But that's all forgotten now. It's 3-3. And the favourite for this one, well, give me a coin, please.
7th and final leg, it's Conan to throw first. Game on.
If Conan is to hold through here in leg 7, he's going to have to score better than he did in the last 9 to 12 darts.
58.
And even that magical treble 18 is not working now.
$140.
And that is bad news for the man from Kent.
$100.
The county that delivered other great players. Like Steve Douglas. Remember Steve, the left-hander? Fabulous dart player.
180.
More bad news for Conan.
60.
And nothing is going his way. It was at 3-2 up, but since then, he has found very little.
100.
And Richardson is punishing. When he's walking fast to the board and away from the board, that's a very bad sign.
60.
Good sign for James, though.
James, you require 81.
And he's got a stack of darts to finish this job. Double 16. That is a
James
case
shot
of
out
job
the
done.
match.
And that is how you
James
close a match
Richardson.
out. He may not have played his best darts throughout that match, but he managed to eke out a 4-3 win. Very similar to what he did earlier against Martin Adams. You can see that the average of Richardson is vastly improved on what Conan has done, but I think Conan's came down a lot in those last two legs. James was the better player ultimately. He's the one who got a match start, and he is the one who has gone to 4 points for the day. Martin Adams does return in the next match, and he takes on Shaun McDonald, who is looking to elongate his lead at the top of the table. Table is starting to make for very good reading if you are a Scotsman playing in Group A. And by Shaun McDonald's token, well, it's looking very good indeed, isn't it? Because he's on 12 points on his own at the top. He takes on Martin Adams now, who will look at the league table for today and overall and not be pleased. 2 games today and 2 losses. But the exact opposite for Shaun. 2 games, 2 wins, and 2 healthy wins at that. 4 legs to 0 against Conan, and 4 legs to 1 against his closest rival in the Group A table, Colin Osborne.
Okay, first leg, it's Martin to throw first. Game on.
And if Shaun gets a third win of the day right here, he will go to 14 points. And all of a sudden, the gap at the top of the table
100.
will be 4. And the gap between Martin and Shaun will be 10 points. At the end of this game, we could be almost guaranteeing
97.
the possibility of seeing Martin on Thursday and Friday, which is something we did not see in the lead up to Champions Week, because he won Group A in Week 1,
140.
which was, I have to say it, a fabulously stacked group. Just cast your mind back to the finals of Week 1. He beat Chaz Barstow in the final, and we know how well Chaz has played this
96.
year. Scott Marsh came 3rd. James Richardson was 4th. He consequently came through in Week 4. Robert Thornton and Kevin Burness did not get through that group.
60.
Adams in Group A that week got through everyone. It was a brilliant group. But I think as it stands,
98.
we're not going to see Martin through by the end of tomorrow. It's turning into a bit of a two-horse race, unless Richardson keeps winning.
100.
He's now within 4 points of McDonald, and he badly wants an Adams win here, just to reel McDonald in. But based on what has happened in the last week,
58.
after Shaun lost his first
Martin,
7
you
matches of
require
last week,
101.
and then went on this crazy run of 20 wins out of 22,
77.
I think his motivation today and tomorrow
Shaun, you require
is to win the group and get the 2 days off to be fresher for the finals. Because if he has to play 5 days consecutively to get to the finals, he's going to be absolutely knackered come Saturday night. Another one of those would have left double 16.
81. Martin, you
He
require
did tire
24.
by the end of yesterday's session. At which point could he tire today?
Game
Well,
Shaun,
Martin
the
Adams
first
takes
leg.
double 12
Martin
for a
Adams.
16-darter to start this one off. Early encouragement here, but I'm not going to get too carried away because he did lose from 3-0 up in his last match.
Second leg, it's Shaun to throw first. Game on.
That has actually happened to Martin twice this week now. So at no point in any game
81.
should we think that the deal is done. That's a pretty good lesson for any aspiring dart player out there, no matter what format you're playing.
43.
If you're playing best of 19 legs and you're 9-0 up, you're not safe. People can win 10 legs straight. It is possible.
100.
We've seen Ian White do it at the World Match Play. We've seen Michael van Gerwen do it at the Match Play against Jamie Caven. In fact, I've seen Michael van Gerwen win 16 legs straight against Jamie Caven.
140.
Because the week after the Match Play, when he beat him in the first round, he beat him 6-0 in the European Open. So you should never rest on your laurels.
$99.
Now, Shaun was looking at the 20s there, and he wanted to stay there, but I think that was a mistake. You get the single 19, and you're 5 darts away from winning the leg, whereas on 220, you're only 4
125.
darts away. And with Adams getting 2 trebles there, that has somewhat magnified that thing that he's just done. So if he gets a 180 here, he leaves 41. But if you get a 180 from 221, you're on 41. You're going to have to waste a dart at a single. That's how people think about the game now. It's something that wasn't talked about in the 80s and 90s and even 15 years ago. But the concept of wasting one dart in a leg is now a very real topic.
Require 81.
Got to go 12 bull. Safe 12.
32. Martin, you require 133.
I'd like to say something positive about that bullseye shot, but I'm sure Shaun would agree that that wasn't his best effort.
$97.
All of a sudden, the pressure has been levelled towards Shaun. Miss this, and you will be 2-0 down. Double 16. Plenty of room.
17.
But not enough. And Adams is about to go 2-0 up, you feel. 16 darter in the first leg. Double 9. And he's unable to do it.
Shaun, you require 32.
Two 16s once again.
Game, Shaun, the
this
second
time
leg.
He gets it.
Shaun
and he gives it the slow walk as if to say, I'm not happy with winning that leg. Well, I'm sure he will be happy eventually. He's got a foundation in the match, but he's got to maybe play a little bit better than that.
First. Game on.
When a player walks slowly to the board, it's never a good sign. Just look at what James Richardson was doing in the last match when he was playing well. He was
85.
Sprinting to the board and sprinting away from the board. He could not wait for the next visit. But the slow walk to the board accentuates what you're thinking about that visit, or 55. Indeed about the leg, or how about your performance maybe. Speaking of sprinting, I'm sure overnight you heard that Usain Bolt had a new child and called it Thunder.
85.
What other name was he going to choose? Was he going to choose Lightning? Oh no, he's already got a child called Lightning, so yeah, that was already taken.
$96.
Well, Shaun is in position to do something that is very rare. 350 in 6. We've seen it from Andy Jenkins in the very first week of this year's Online Darts Live League. He's not going to take it, but it's something that has been talked about this week on social media. Yes, we see 9 darters. We see big 6-dart conversions. We saw a 347 last week. But the 350 is the rarest of birds. It's like the albatross of darts. You know, the big approach. And you get the big checkout as well. It doesn't happen very often. And somebody tweet me about talking about that.
57.
And they made a very valid point, actually. How often does someone leave 350? And I said, you're actually right. Not very often. Well, 32 is left very often.
90.
But Martin looks very displeased with the way this game is materialising. He knows that already he should be 3-0 up. McDonald seems to be coming down into
93.
a mid-80s range in this match. That may
Martin,
be
you require
the encouragement
16.
that this field needs. Double 8
Game Shaun the
is
third
in for
leg.
Adams.
Martin Adams.
And he might be getting the little slice of fortune that he really does require to take McDonald out. He has not suffered a defeat today, but he's closer 2-1 now.
Fourth leg, it's Shaun to throw first. Game on.
If you look at the way he played yesterday, Shaun McDonald that is, he started well, he continued well, but when he came up against Colin Osborne in match 12, his penultimate match, he did look a little tired. And even though he won his last match against Conan Whitehead by 4-3, his level had dropped from earlier in the day.
100.
That level seems to have dropped a little bit further in the middle portion of today. So is he tiring a little sooner?
96.
Let me tell you who will be hoping that's the case. One, Colin Osborne, because Colin is his closest challenger in the table. James Richardson, because he's chasing, and
81.
he's got to play Shaun a little bit later. And by the time Shaun plays Joe Davis in match 15, if he hasn't found his second wind, Joe will be very glad that Shaun might be tiring a bit.
105.
Martin is eyeing up a 3-dart checkout here.
140.
But he got the 140 the wrong way round. He wanted to leave the 140 and take it out next time, courtesy of a 180 which he has left. Speaking of 180s, there is one there.
180.
He has now hit more 180s today than yesterday. That is his 5th. He only got 4 yesterday.
100.
And he's still got
Shaun,
2.5 matches to go. Double 10. Still double 10. Oh,
No
it didn't
score.
really get close. And
Martin,
Adams'
you require
biggest checkout
80.
in his previous game against Joe Davis was 80, with 2 single 20s and tops. Can he do it again?
60.
Not on this occasion. That is
Shaun,
a
you
costly
require
miss.
20.
Only a matter of half a centimetre away from a 3-1 lead against the Group A table topper.
Game
Now
Shaun
the match
fourth
is now
leg.
2-2.
Shaun McDonald.
Another slow walk to the board. And right now, I think Shaun realises just how fortunate he is to be 2-2. It could easily
Fifth
have
leg,
been
it's
4-0.
Martin to throw first. Game on.
Adams has had a shot to win every single leg. The average for the match for Adams does
41.
reflect that he has been the better player. 91 for him, 86 for Shaun. And even though Shaun has had more attempts at double in this match, Adams has been more prolific.
27.
One good thing for Shaun after this match is that he has a bit of a break. 3 matches will take place post this,
100.
where he can potentially just rest up for maybe 45 minutes if he's lucky, and collect his thoughts ahead of playing James Richardson in match 11.
140.
But what result will he have going into that one? Will he be on 6 points for the day or 4? It's conceivable
55.
that Shaun McDonald could get away with 2 points here against Adams, And Richardson could beat Joe Davis in match 9. And when Shaun and James meet in game 11, they're both undefeated for the day.
96.
That happened yesterday with Shaun and Colin Osborne. And that was where Shaun lost his unbeaten streak for Monday.
60.
This one is turning into hard work. Nothing is coming naturally. And at points in games like this,
60.
from my experience, all you want to do is have a really big, deep breath and have a really loud exhale. But allow me to reassure you that this room is very quiet. So if you do that,
45.
it will put your opponent off. There is no escape from the Oki until the end of the match. It's a bit like the Crystal Maze, just without the crystals.
134.
The only shiny things you can see belong to Martin, whether it's the rims of his glasses, the bracelet on his right wrist,
55.
or the multitude of jewellery on his left.
Require 44.
A somewhat old school look these days, but with 16 darts delivered, he finds his way to double
Shaun
16,
McDonald.
and by hook or by crook, he is now 3-2 up, not playing his best darts, taking advantage of a somewhat lacklustre Martin Adams from Tuesday.
Shaun to throw first. Game on.
Is Martin starting to suffer with losing so many tight matches throughout the course of the last couple of days? He lost 4-3 to
96.
Richardson. He lost 4-3 to Joe Davis. He just doesn't seem to be able to knit 4 legs together on a regular basis. And the more you lose these tight matches, the more it dents your confidence.
41.
And Martin is a legend. Everybody knows that. But he's also a human being. At times over the last couple of days, Martin has been next to unplayable. Even Richardson playing Wolfie yesterday in match 13, he couldn't beat him with 108 average.
9.
But it just doesn't seem to be working for Wolfie today. There is great proof of it. 3 brilliantly grouped darts, but they're all in the wrong treble. A lot of viewers are saying that Shaun is a slow player
60.
and that he might be very difficult to play against. Well, when you think about the amount of years that Martin Adams has been playing against Dennis Harbour, this is something that Martin will be very, very familiar with.
140.
If you haven't seen Dennis Harbour play, he's kind of slow, but very good. Can't leave a finish now. Needed the perfect 162. Or that. I was thinking of another number. I do beg your pardon. So now he is looking for the 302 and 6.
140.
Maybe I was just having a little daydream about Dennis Harbour.
170.
Well, we're having dreams of the likes of Nathan Aspinall when it comes to 170s for a match. The likes of
56.
Colin Lloyd and Ted Hankey have also done it to win championships. How cool would that be if somebody hits a 170 to win the big prize on Saturday night?
40.
When Shaun hits a bad score,
Shaun
Martin hits a
require
bad score. When
140.
Shaun hits a good score, Martin follows. But it's McDonald who has the first chance to win the match.
40.
And luckily for Shaun, Martin is north of 130.
You require
On an odd number as well. Makes it even harder. But not impossible. Single 18.
91.
And has to hope that McDonald cannot cash in 21 darts or less.
74.
Single 20 for tops. Tops for the match.
54.
Very, very close. Now,
Martin,
are we
you
going
require
to the 7th leg for the 3rd game in a row? It's up to you, Martin. One left.
No score.
Just hasn't happened. And McDonald, I
Shaun,
have
you
to
require
say,
20.
has been very fortunate to get the chances he has been given in this match.
Game
He has
shot out of
won
the match.
by 4
Shaun
legs to
McDonald.
2, but I have to say it, it's a very honest statement. He could have lost it 4-0. Enough chances came the way of Martin Adams. He wasn't able to cash in. You can see from the doubles percentages that a lot of doubles were missed, but that was a somewhat mystifying game, and we'll have to maybe look at the autopsy of that one a little bit later on. But Colin Osborne, who's had a bit of a break in today's proceedings, will now take on Conan Whitehead, who's looking for his first points of the day still. This next match, match number 8, the middle match of today's session, could have a big bearing on who comes through this group by the end of tomorrow, because if Colin Osborne doesn't get a win, there will still be a 4-point gap at the top of the table. He's had a bit of a break since he played his last match, where he was defeated by Shaun McDonald. And as you can see now, after playing 8 games, McDonald has opened up that 4-point gap. But he has opened up a 12-point gap on Conan Whitehead. So you would fancy, with the way that Shaun is accumulating
First leg, it's
results.
Colin to throw first.
That Conan
Game on.
is destined to play the first 5 days of the week in order to get it through to the finals on Saturday. Osborne still in the fight for the top spot, but needs to stay with the Scot. A somewhat understandable dejected nature for Martin
100.
Adams after that last match. 3 losses from 3, and he only has a game against Colin Osborne and a game against Conan left.
180.
But Osborne, who will always fight and scrap for everything that comes his way.
85.
Maybe he and James Richardson are the only people who can topple McDonald over the next couple of days.
$57.
As for the players coming in
100.
this time slot on Thursday in Group C, we have Greg Ritchie of Scotland, who replaces the absent Niall Cullerton, who couldn't be here for Champions
60.
Week. So that's a bit of a shame because Niall played exceptionally well in Week 3. He actually won Group A in Week 3 as well. Jared Cole
78.
will be back. Richie Burnett and Scott Marsh.
144.
Who will be playing alongside those 4
26.
players?
Colin, you require 138.
It will be the bottom 2 players from this group. At this stage, Conan is going to be one of those players unless he gets a real move on.
80. Colin, you require 118.
Osborne is in the top 2. So you would fancy he's not going to be in the bottom
94.
2. But anything can
Colin,
happen
you
from
require
here.
58.
Still. This is for a break of throw.
Game
And
shot
Conan
first
finds a
leg.
17-yard
Conan
break.
Whitehead.
So early promise for him. He has got to sustain that good level, though. He can't afford to drop off at any point. It's got to be consistent from start to finish.
Second leg, it's Conan to throw first. Game on.
When Conan's parents decided to call him
100.
Conan, they were either really big fans of Arnold Schwarzenegger or they were very early fans of Conan O'Brien in the United States.
140.
Can't think of any other Conans.
$45.
The one thing I like about his name is that it's different. There's a lot of Collins around. There's a lot of Pauls around. But in darting
70.
circles, if your first name is all you need to be recognised, that's a pretty cool concept.
140.
Because when I say Gary to you, you'll automatically think Anderson. When I say Michael, you will automatically say Van Gerwen. When I say Raymond, you think Van Barneveld.
140.
When you say Conan, you'll think Whitehead. Colin's a bit of a 50-50 one there. You might think Osborne, but then again you might think Lloyd. And there's a few darting hipsters out there who would have probably thought Colin
82.
Fowler. Great player from Warwickshire.
Then you require 151.
What does he want to do here?
97.
I think that was the right play. For a moment, I
Then you
think he
require 134.
was contemplating the 25 and bull. Well, 54 off leaves 80, and then 18 leaves 62.
82.
That's a nice
Then you
leave.
require 54.
But he has to get the mistake from Colin first. That's awkward.
14.
It proved to be the case.
Conan,
So Conan is getting chances and has to take them.
Game shot
And
the
very
second
much
leg.
like the first
Conan
leg, he
Whitehead.
does take his chance. I said he had to maintain what he was doing in the first leg. Well, 17 darter, followed by an 18 darter. The standard
It's
is
Colin
very
to throw
consistent.
first. Game on.
And if Conan finds a win in this match,
140.
it will be his first win since his second game yesterday against Joe Davis, where he won 4-2.
41.
It would be only his second win of the week. But in Group A circumstances, that's a long time.
32.
But just to reiterate what he said to me last night, he feels the way he played yesterday, he should have had 8 points.
140.
He did let matches slip. And this was one of them yesterday. He had the better average. He had the more 180s.
45.
He had the bigger outshot. But Colin Osborne won 4-3. And I think that
100.
game 8 yesterday really riled Conan. And if I was in his shoes, I would have felt exactly the same. There's nothing worse than looking at stat sheets a little bit in
100.
retrospect and thinking, how did I lose that game? Well, he's playing improved stuff here compared to what he's done earlier today. And that's encouraging
140.
because his 2 averages to date have both been in the 70s. And that is not going to cut it in Champions Week. But this is much better.
140. Conan, you require
For
8.
3-0. He needs double 10.
Game shot
And
on the
he
third
finds a
leg.
15 darter. So
Conan
he has
Whitehead.
graduated to a 5 visit leg win. And he is in charge of this match. Now, Conan, it's just about getting rid of it
For red,
quickly.
it's
Can you
Conan
do
to
it?
throw first. Game on.
Shaun McDonald will be looking at this result thinking, come on, Conan, do me a favour.
140.
Not that Shaun needs any favours because he hasn't lost today. But if you can keep winning and your closest challengers start to lose, all the better.
140.
All Conan is worried about, well, not worried, that's the
60.
wrong word. All Conan cares about is registering wins.
97.
He's still in command. When he gets that first start in a better position, he's a much more dangerous player.
60.
Is this the point where the fight back begins?
140.
It could well be. I mentioned in the last match that Adams has lost twice this week from 3-0 up.
81.
Conan has lost from 3-1 up.
You require 124.
He doesn't want to have a loss on his sheet worse than the one from yesterday.
50.
And 160 out now will get the job done. Might go bull here.
60.
Squares it up into the 2-dot range.
You require 74.
But this is for a first break of 2 required. Well,
34.
Colin will be disgusted with that second dart.
You require 100.
Conan will be very thankful for it. That one has spiked a little bit. It's very upright. That's
60.
why he had to move to the right to open up double top.
Colin, you require 40.
Just the one double 20 needed.
Game shot
Double
of
10
4 flag.
is found, and he gets his
Colin
17
Osborne.
darter this time. The first one of 4 that he requires. And I promise you, if he wins this match 4-3, Colin Osborne, I
Fifth
think
leg,
Conan
it's Colin
might need
to
some
throw
fresh air.
first. Game on. $100.
This is where you give yourself a shake and don't allow yourself to go into autopilot.
94.
You need to bring yourself back to the present and say, right, I'm 3-1 up, attack. And that first visit, even though it was only 94,
100.
it was very Conan. Using that 54 as a cover, which he'll probably use again.
58.
But he's starting to miss that 60 low. That's the worrying sign.
55.
Just a ton gets him back in touch. That's almost perfect. Now that's perfect.
140.
And believe it or not, he's going to be disappointed with that 140. Colin's not going to be disappointed with this.
140.
Playing so much faster than he used to. And it definitely suits him.
134.
But then again, we all like quick players, don't we? We love the quick players.
106.
Single 6 for tops. For 2 legs in a row.
Game shot.
He has got it, and Whitehead is
Colin
going
Osborne.
to start thinking now. He has not had a match dart in this match from 3-0 up, and he is only
Sixth leg, it's
1
Colin
leg
to
in
throw
front
first.
now.
Game on.
This is the leg where you've got to go for it on the first visit.
66.
If only that dart was in the 60 on dart 1. But if there is such a thing as a good 66, that was it.
140.
Osborne is hunting Conan right now.
100. $95.
Turns out to be a good 95. Conan should surely get a 2 treble visit here to leave 195.
100.
Can't quite get there. And if Osborne wins leg 6, he will have the darts in leg 7. And look at what he's doing.
140.
He is finding plenty. Tail up stuff from Aussie.
65. Colin, you require 126.
I'm pretty certain that yesterday this was the match where Osborne won. Oh, he's done it again.
Colin
Osborne
Osborne.
finding the comeback trail. And I was just thinking out loud there because I'm pretty sure that yesterday this was the match where Osborne was 3-1 down and won 4-3. Is he going to do it again from 3-0?
7th and final leg, it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
Well, if Conan is not able to find a break of
45.
throw here, I would get out of his way for a good 15 minutes. But if he is able to find a break of throw, his expression at the end of this leg will be very telling. Look at this response.
129.
Very, very good after a dodgy 45 start. This is where you just want the 2 140 starts. And that's exactly what he gets.
140.
Full credit after being hammered with psychological blows over the last few legs. And there's another one from Osborne. Conan has played brilliantly in this final leg, but now has to rely on mistakes from Osborne.
100.
Gets himself to 121.
Colin, you require 147.
Oh, that was a bit of a wild one.
45.
So Conan can take the match with a 12 darter if he can find 51 and bull. Bullseye.
76.
He has had a match dart.
Colin, you require
Osborne has just
102.
clicked a 126 to take us to 3-3. 102 separating from 2 more points. He loved the lie. He loved the lie, and it's been kind.
91.
But the double is not.
Conan, you require 45.
Double 16. Double 8.
29.
3 darts for the match. 1 at the bull.
Colin,
1
you
at
require
16s.
11.
1 at 8s. But it is Osborne who gets a second visit. Double 4.
Game
And he
shot
wins
out of
the match from
Colin
3-0
Osborne.
down. That may be the end of Conan in this group, and he may be playing for pride and position over the next day and a half, because he still remains on 2 points. You see, the average was very decent from Osborne, but he had to fight really, really hard to get 4 legs out of that match, and he is firmly in contention at the top. We're now into the second half of play, and we say hello again to James Richardson, who takes on Joe Davis. Yet again, we have a bit of a gap at the top of the table, but it's only 2 points between McDonald and Osborne. But in relation to this match, James Richardson has a 6-point gap to bridge between himself and the top. And against Joe Davis next, he has to find more points and quickly. There you see it. Richardson in 3rd position, taking on Joe Davis, who is in 4th. And if Joe takes the victory here, that gap between McDonald and the middle positions will remain. But Osborne has stayed in touch with that very unlikely win against Conan Whitehead just now.
First leg, it's James to throw first. Game on.
Just when Shaun McDonald thinks, Conan's 3-0 up on my closest challenger, I'm going to maintain my 4-point gap.
100.
It didn't happen. I'm not saying that this is turning into a 2-horse race, but if James loses this match, it's getting very close to that.
100.
Even at this middle point of this group.
135.
You get the feeling that maybe this is the time for James to turn the screw.
$100.
He can't afford to do what Martin Adams did against Joe Davis earlier in giving him lots of chances at double. But you sense
128.
that James is not in that kind of mood. We have not seen the standard of yesterday, and in all fairness, I don't think I expected us to.
100.
Yesterday's standard was so good
James, you require 138.
that I didn't think it was going to be replicated. Single 18.
98.
Why he went for treble 20 for double 9, I have no idea, because Joe's on 201. But like I said, he's an aggressive player. He does his own thing.
$105.
Nice lead from Joe, good thinking.
James, you require
In 2
40.
dart range now, but it may be too late.
Game
And
shot the
is.
first leg.
When James Richardson starts a match with a 13 darter on double top, that is not a good sign no matter who he is playing. So what's going to happen in leg 2?
Second leg, it's Joe to throw first. Game on.
We know that James can maintain a very high standard of play throughout a match that lasts 4 legs or 7.
131.
But at points yesterday, and I mean that plural, he was maintaining
91.
huge averages throughout matches. Whether you're talking about match 13 against Adams, where he averaged 108, against Joe Davis yesterday, where he had his best performance in winning 4 legs to 2, averaging 109.
100.
That was a great performance, don't get me wrong. But it could have been so much better. At a point in that match, he was averaging around 118. The thing about those big averages is, you miss 1 or 2 doubles and the average plummets. It was the case for Michael van Gerwen when he set the world
60.
record at the time of 123.4 against Michael Smith. It could well have been in the mid-130s. That's how fast those averages drop.
100.
I am convinced now that we are going to see, before the end of the season, an average of 130. I didn't think I was ever going to say that. But I am convinced that we are going to see it now. Whether it's here, whether it's at a Players' Championship, or indeed at a short format
139.
European Tour event, or something of that ilk.
So you
I
require
just think it's going to happen this year.
153.
Treble 19 for double 18 for another big out. And that is the biggest one of the week. He adds to his collection. He has had a 145. He has had a 149. And he goes above 150. Biggest finish of the week. Right there. Well done, Joe Davis.
Game on.
And that halts James right in his tracks. Not for long.
180.
James sitting on 71 points for that second leg for a 2-0 lead until Joe finds that finish.
97.
The one thing that really intrigues me about the throw of Joe Davis, I've mentioned it a little bit earlier, but it's starting to grab my attention a little bit more now, is that some darts he throws really hard
60.
and some darts he tends to float them. Is this on purpose, or is this just unconscious? That one was thrown really hard. That was hard. And that was really hard as well. But at times, he tends to have that follow-through come through a little bit lighter. And as an analyst in the game, I know this comes across as a little nerdy. But it is what it is. It is one of the best throws you'll see.
140.
And if you are a friend of Joe's,
James,
please tell him that.
161.
Because he deserves to know how good a technician he is.
90.
Well, Richardson has left himself on 71 again.
Joe, you require 164.
And the last time he was there, Joe took it 153. So Joe, 2 treble 19s. There's one. We almost had a second.
136. James, you require 71.
You might not want to miss this, James. Double top.
31.
That could be costly. Because Davis is sitting on double 14
Joe, you require 28.
for a very handy break of throw. Double 3.
James,
that's worked out pretty well, hasn't it?
Joe Davis.
That was not the plan, but you will take it. Even when he's missing doubles, he is hitting doubles. That's how good he's been on the outer ring this week. It's 2-1 to Joe Davis.
Full flag, it's Joe to throw first.
Yesterday, when Joe was playing Martin Adams, he had an almost flawless game on doubles. He averaged 103.66, which I mentioned earlier against Martin.
58.
He took out the 145 and the 149, but what could be forgotten, which I'm not going to allow to be forgotten, is that Joe missed
100
for the match a 164 on the bull. If he'd have taken that, he would have been 100% on doubles with an average of over 105 with 3 outs of over 145.
78.
That would have been one of the most impressive 4-leg stretches of finishing that has maybe ever been seen.
140.
But as it turned out, he didn't hit it. And it was still a great performance. This is a good performance from James, but small errors have cost him big.
100.
He's averaging 104. In fact, make that 106. That's just gone up a notch. And he is losing 2-1.
180.
The average climbs again, and he is owning the scoring portion of this match. But if he loses again with a ton average, he's going to become the king of the Online Darts Live League of averaging high and losing. And that is not the title you want.
James, you require 81.
The good thing is he's got no pressure here.
41.
Leaves tops again. It's a bit like leg 1. Tops after 12. Leg after 13, hopefully.
$85.
Not a great deal of pressure applied.
James, you require 40.
So James could stroll to leg 4. And does find the 14 darter. So Richardson is now level after 4 legs. It's a very good game, this. And we're hoping for a very good crescendo in the last 3 legs. Where will it go as we go into leg 5?
Fifth leg, it's James to throw first. Game on.
You will see a logo on the back of James's shirt, which has the initials DFH on it. Just watch out for that as he walks away from the board. There you see the flight at the top of Ruthless. DFH means Darts for Heroes. When things were normal.
58.
A very popular way of starting a sentence these days. James and some of his close friends, including his wife Carolyn, would organise a charity darts event or events for a great charity called Darts for Heroes. Always centred around their beloved Northampton.
100.
He doesn't, of course, live in Northampton. He just lives very close to it. It's a very quiet part of the country where he lives.
140.
I know this because I used to live very close to James in the Northamptonshire town of Corby, otherwise known as Little Scotland, because of the historical migration of a lot of Scottish people to the town of Corby.
43.
If you want to learn about that,
James, you require
I would put that into a search engine. It's very interesting. Get a shot, look at a shot, take a shot. Well, that is a bit of a change
81.
to what James usually does, because even with Joe on 300, I expected him to go 11 bull there.
$100.
But it's James
you require
at tops
40.
after 12. Yet again, for the third time.
No score.
Well, it was like a trident above double top there. The 3 prongs.
$58.
Can he find it this time?
James, you
When he
require
leaves tops
40.
after 12, he wins the leg. That's 5 darts missed at tops.
No score.
And make that 6.
Joe, you require 142.
Well, if Joe Davis hits this, James is going to feel nauseated. That's 76, which leaves 66.
90. James, you require 40.
Third down and 40. Double 10. Oh, that's a good
James on
dart.
the 5th leg.
But I tell you what, he's
James
only won that
Richardson.
leg just by 52 points. He was in front, I think it was by 260 points at one stage, and he's
Leg,
only
it's
just
Joe
got
to
over the
throw
line.
first. Game on.
Now, as a commentator on many legs of darts, you don't see that a great deal, where someone has bossed a leg
96.
that much and almost give it away. And as a player myself, having been in that situation 1 or 2 times,
140.
you can understand what's going on in the gut of James Richardson, where he's thinking, how am I going to lose this leg? Just hit the double, will you?
134.
And when he hit that double 10, he looked straight to the heavens. And that's the humanistic point of view when you need help. You always look up.
180.
And he wants to get rid of this match as soon as possible. But the next time you need help, just think about what your natural reaction is as a human. It's to look up.
133.
It's a bit like the humanistic reaction to feeling low. We always look down.
140.
This is a brilliant leg from James. After
You
missing
require
8 darts at a
138.
double and finally taking leg 5, he has barely missed that treble 20. He's hit it 7 times out of 9 darts in this leg.
106.
I don't think he's going to go for 9 double
James, you
16.
require 41.
He's going to go back to tops because dart players are stubborn.
Game shot out of the match.
Stubborn darts
James Richardson.
paves the way to another 2 points for James Richardson, and he creates a bit of a gap between himself and Joe in the table. I believe that's 4 points between them now. But the main thing is he is staying in touch with the top 2 as well. You can see that he's just registered the first 100 average of the day, and it might not have been the case if he had missed darts at double top a little bit more in that last leg. But a great performance from James. Colin Osborne will come back to play Martin Adams, who has had a little bit of time to think after losing 3 games out of 3 today. It has not been Martin Adams' day today so far, but he still has 2 matches to go to try and get 4 points from the day. He is now up against Colin Osborne, who is scrapping for points everywhere. And if he can get 2 more here, he will be in touch with Shaun McDonald on 14 points. As you can see, Adams towards the bottom on 4 points. Will be 10 points behind Colin Osborne if he loses this game. But if Osborne wins, he will remain in second spot, but will be level on points. That is the most important thing here.
Okay, first leg, it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
This is match number 10. So we will be 2/3 through our matches for the day at the end of this contest. Shaun McDonald and James Richardson will go head-to-head in the next match. Both players undefeated today. And that is a massive, massive match for James. Because if he wins that one, he will get within 2 points of potentially Osborne and McDonald.
60.
It all depends what Wolfie does in this one. Just had our first 100-plus average of the day, and it's come from the man who averaged over 101 for the day yesterday.
60.
So there's no real surprise in that. But what was a shock was Osborne beating Conan Whitehead in match 8 because he was 3-0 down. Martin will be hoping that he can get the points here, of course, but he may be haunted by the memory of what happened yesterday against Colin, because
99.
That was the first time this week that Colin Osborne won from 3-0 down.
$45. Colin, you require 160.
He's got 6 darts from 164 on the throw. And he doesn't look to be tiring.
96.
He currently has 4 points for the day. And 12 points overall. And Martin's got 180 points there.
Colin, you require 68.
To really put the pressure on Colin Osborne's 68.
64.
And the pressure told.
Martin, you require 48.
Double 16 to get a first leg break.
Game Shaun the first
That's
leg.
what happens.
Martin
17
Adams.
darts is good enough to get that break. But this has not been the problem for Martin this week. Getting early legs has been okay. It's been getting the 7th leg,
Second
or
leg,
indeed
it's
the
Martin
4th leg
to
for
throw
him.
first.
That's the problem.
Game on.
A sustained effort for maybe 5 or 6 legs is required.
97.
He would admit that he has lost too many close matches this week. And with his position in the table as it stands, and 7 matches remaining, he has this. He has a game against Conan Whitehead in match 14, and 5 tomorrow. So the best he can do
85.
is 18 points. I just don't think 18 points is going to be enough to win this group.
180.
And I will never, ever write off Martin Adams. But he has been backed into a major sharp corner now. And I do believe that if he loses this match, that's it.
$100.
The Wizard is casting a spell in leg 2. A great leave of 96 after 9.
95.
And Martin leaves.
Colin, you're
The
required
flake.
96.
Is he allowed to have a crack at it? Maybe not. Oh, but he's given a
61.
shot.
Martin, you require 99.
Get out the chocolate flake and the monkey's blood. It's time for a 99. Double 16.
67.
Can't put the cherry on top.
Colin, you require 35.
Double 16 for a level game after 2.
Game Shaun the
That's
second
what we
leg.
have.
Colin
Adams had
Osborne.
the chance for 2-0, but has been punished for that miss. He has been punished for a lot of the misses he's had this week. It has been somewhat unfortunate,
So
but that's the game of
Colin
darts.
to throw first. Game on. $140.
Osborne, you can see from his facial expressions just how much he really does want this. He improved from phase 1 to phase 2, in my
100.
opinion. He found another level. The difference was he won a week. He was not a weekly champion in phase 1. He was in phase 2.
100.
That got him here. Now he's ready to fight some more to try and get to Saturday's finals in Champions Week. It's all about doing the right things at the right times.
100.
And right now, the only thing on his mind is trying to get through this group. He's not even thinking about the finals. He wants to be number 1 after
85.
Wednesday and then have that guaranteed spot for Saturday. Then he will worry about the finals. There may be a
100.
proportion of Martin thinking, which group am I going to be playing in on Thursday or Friday? Or Thursday and Friday.
43.
Colin leaves 133, which I believe to be one of the most difficult finishes in that range.
99.
And with Martin on an easier out,
Colin, you require 130.
there is a way of getting this that nobody uses. He might still get it, though. There are 2 schools of thought on 133, and I will come back to that because it's very appropriate. Let's look at this 102 for Martin, though. Single 10. Double 16 for a 15-yard break.
Game show on the third leg.
Much better,
Martin
and that
Adams.
really hurt Osborne. You saw him just waiting to come back to the hockey, but then he realised that Martin was on the 32 and he saw it go in and he turned away. So
Fourth
it's
leg,
2-1 to
Martin
Adams with a
to
break.
throw first. Game on.
Yes, 1-3-3. I like treble 19 first because it opens up the possibility for double-double. If you get the 60 first,
83.
you've got 73, which still requires treble double. It's all about surface area.
100.
So if you get the 57 first and leave 76, you can go double 18, double top, or indeed go double 19, double 19. You're keeping everything compacted on the dartboard. That's one school of thought.
100.
The other one is you go for treble 11 or treble 14. They're right next to each other in the 9 o'clock position on the board. That's a big chunk of treble.
95.
If you get the treble 11 or the treble 14, you've still got a shot. So the 33 leaves 100, where you can go 60 tops. The 42 leaves 91, which leaves 51 tops.
140.
It's just giving you a better chance of still having a shot on dart 2. So that one I can get behind. Are you starting to understand how a dart player's brain works?
127.
Or do I think about it too much? Well, I'm not taking credit for that idea because I was told about that 33-42 idea 12 years ago
60.
by a Dutch dart player. And since then, I've never forgotten that school of thought.
$125.
Big pressure. Put on the
you
118.
require 118.
Needs a 60. Doesn't get it. Didn't even think about the possibility of treble 16 bull
58.
because he had plenty of room
Colin, you
in the
require
top left
54.
corner of that treble 20 bed. Osborne for a level game. Tops.
Game
That's
shot
where we
fourth
are.
leg.
That's a
Colin
14
Osborne.
dart break for Colin this time. This is a bit of a break fest. We've seen more breaks in this match than I've seen in my right wrist in my career. That's quite a lot of breaks.
Fifth leg, it's Colin to throw first. Game on. $140.
A lot of the games today have been close. We've only seen one 4-0, and that was McDonald beating Whitehead in game 2 by 4-0, and
100.
the averages were not closely knit together. There was a difference of 25. That's about as wide as it gets in Champions Week. But since then, 1-4-1, and the rest of them have been 4-3s and 4-2s. Very similar to yesterday, where we saw a day where we had the most legs in a session.
180.
That is a second maximum for Martin Adams in this match. Third in total because Aussie has one as well. And the averages are decent.
136.
The mid-96 range. So are we going to see a second wind from players like Martin? Players like Joe Davis? Are we going to see 41 left?
140.
Are we going to see a 170 because we haven't had one this week yet?
You require 170.
Well, are we going to see a hold of throw?
41.
By my count, we haven't had one yet.
Martin, you require 81.
62 remain. That leaves 26.
55.
Martin not pleased with that effort at double 13.
Colin, you require 129.
This was hit against Martin Adams yesterday by Shaun McDonald. And if it goes again, He would not have been pleased.
89.
So we
you
don't get a
require
hold of throw.
26. Game
We
shot
do
the
get
fourth
another
leg.
break of throw.
Martin Adams.
It is a bit of a break fest, and it is, of course, a chance for Martin Adams to win 4 legs to 2 if he can hold the throw here. But he's going to have to do something we haven't seen so far.
Sixth flag, it's Martin to throw first. Game on.
This is where you want to go off for the 140 and just settle yourself in. You don't want anything messy. But the standard of the match is anything but messy. 96.52 for Martin, 60% on doubles. 95.6 for Colin Osborne, 40% on doubles. Both
85.
very, very tidy stats.
$95.
Tidy stuff. But he's looking for more than tidy right now.
$140.
He's trying to find what England are trying to find tonight against the Czech Republic. More accuracy in front of goal.
43.
He's not finding the back of the net right now. He might be in the lead, but he's at risk.
$45.
Colin Osborne is a Middlesbrough fan, so I guess he's used to soccer misery. After the glory days of Janino and
60.
Fabrizio Ravanelli and things like that. I'm sure he has a few conversations with Glenn Durrant about Middlesbrough football glory.
60.
And I'm sure he'll be watching the England match later. But right now, all he wants is 6 darts at 171, and he's not going to get 6 darts. Adams finds his third 180 and sets up 68 for the match. And if he finds it, just watch his emotion, because
83.
he has been through the mill today.
Martin, you require 68.
It will be pure relief if this goes. Double 16.
36.
Match start missed. Are we going to see a 6th
Colin, you require
consecutive
88.
break of throw? $87 required with 2. Double 18. He wasn't sure, and he didn't want to throw at it unless it was in. It is in. And so is that.
On the sixth flag.
What a find from Colin Osborne. And he may be a wizard, because at some points over the last couple of days, he has found finishes from absolutely nowhere.
7th and final leg, it's Colin to throw first.
I'm starting to realise that his nickname is very appropriate. He doesn't know the meaning of giving up.
85.
He's got some of that Teesside steel in him that Glenn Durrant was talking about when he won his 3rd Lakeside. It's extraordinary how he's able to rectify a situation like that 88, where most players would have thought, oh, I've missed the 20, I'm not going to get a shot for this leg. What did he do? He took out the 87 in 2 and moved on. And now he's the favourite for the match. Excuse me for going full on Geordie for a second, but right now Martin Adams is doing his nut.
$55.
Because he's thinking, when that single 1 goes in, I'm going to get 3 darts at double 16 for the match. And not for the first time this week, he has been denied again.
140.
And since then, Osborne has been the better scorer. And Martin can't leave a finish. Nothing is going Martin's way this week.
125.
Great visit,
Colin, you require 136.
but you sense the end is nigh. I was a bit premature yesterday saying that
58.
Shaun McDonald, when he was on 182 and his opponent was on something small, that even a 180 wouldn't help him. Well, he ended up winning that match. I don't think
45.
Martin's going to win this one, though.
Colin, you require 78.
Single 20. And his match start is at tops.
Game
His
shot
match
on the
start
match.
is found.
Colin
And that's
Osborne.
incredibly typical of the way things are going for Colin and the way things are going for Martin. Martin loses his 4th straight game, and he is now out of contention for the top spot throughout the course of the rest of this group. You can see that Osborne's fight back was brilliant, and he needed only one hold of throw in that entire match to win by 4 legs to 3. So that's what we have. Shaun McDonald and James Richardson are both undefeated today, and they're going to take the Oki in match 11. Rest for the wicked here, and the next game will not disappoint, I am sure, because James Richardson will now take on Shaun McDonald, and both players on 6 points are perfect for Tuesday. There you see the table. It is getting very interesting, and it will get even more interesting if James wins this match. The one thing that is firmly in the favour of Shaun McDonald is that leg difference at plus 13. You can see Osborne is scrapping his way to 14 points with a leg difference of plus 2.
Game on.
But to get within 2 points of the top 2, a win is needed here for James. Of the 2, you'd have to say that maybe Richardson is the slight favourite.
93.
Because he's been playing the marginally better darts today. He averaged 96 against Martin Adams, winning 4 legs to 3.
140.
He beat Conan Whitehead by 4 legs to 3 with a 92 average. And then his first ton plus average of the day against Joe Davis, winning 4-2. If he has one fault today at all, James Richardson is losing
57.
too many legs, but still winning, if that makes sense. If he is going to bridge the gap to the top spot,
140.
he may need to start winning some games by larger margins. But this is Champions Week. You don't get anything freely. Just ask Martin Adams, who has lost 4 times today and has lost in close
93.
matches in all 4. We'll go into that in more detail as he takes on Conan Whitehead in match 14. But this is the time to join the peloton, James. We have a 2-person peloton at the top. It's up to Ruthless to be ruthless. And if he does have the perfect day in beating Shaun here and Colin Osborne in match 13,
James, you require 81.
he will get to 14 points. Double 16.
Game Shaun, the
Beautifully
first
done.
leg.
And that's
James
a first leg
Richardson.
break of throw. And that's what you want to do. We've seen in previous matches, he's left double top after 12. He's taken it, then stuttered later on. But that's the perfect
Second leg, it's
commencement
James to, throw
to this
first.
challenge.
Game on.
If he sticks to that higher level that he has shown more than any other player this week,
60.
he can win this group. Now, he had not won a week coming into Champions Week. He was one of the runners-up. He was the runner-up in week 4 and was very fortunate to get an invite back in
43.
week 4 after not coming through in week 1. He was 4th there.
$140.
He did, however, win a week in phase 1. He won week 3. And who did he beat in the final? Colin Osborne. Is that a sign?
$140.
We know that Shaun McDonald has won a week because he won week 4 on Saturday night. It's almost strange now to think
100.
that Shaun did not make any final in phase 1. He was only here for the 1 week, but he battled for 5 days and did not make it to the final in week 4.
98.
This is where James should go to the 25. But
140.
because of his aggressive nature, he likes to stay on the treble 20. And right there, whether it was the right thing to do or not, it doesn't matter because he got it. You're only wrong when you miss.
50.
Just remember that line
James, you require 61.
when someone questions your tactics. 3 for double 4.
Game
And
Shaun,
this
the
game
second leg.
is firmly
James
in
Richardson.
control by James Richardson. This is a blistering performance, and this is what you get from him just once a day. Something that is irresistible to watch. Can he maintain it?
Third leg, it's Shaun to throw first.
I think we are due a shorter
Game
game
on.
when you consider that the last few games have all gone very, very long. Since Shaun McDonald beat Colin
46.
Osborne in match 4, we've had games that have gone 4-3, 4-3, 4-2, 4-3, 4-2, and 4-3. What that says is that these players are very, very,
180.
very close together. But Richardson is going bananas in this one. When they played yesterday, McDonald won by 4 legs to 3. He did so with a lesser average but a better doubles percentage. He had the biggest checkout of the match as well at 128.
140.
You just get the feeling that James has eyed up this match for a little while today and said, this is where I'm going to have my best performance. Well, if that was his plan, it's working so far.
100.
Just like yesterday, at this point of the day where he was having a huge average, I'm not going to mention what it is.
85.
I'm not going to put any sort of bad luck on it. I want it to be a record. So, all I'm going to say at this point is that he hasn't missed a double. I'm not saying that I don't want Shaun to win the match.
Require 96.
I just like to see great performances. And so far, this is a great performance. Double 8. Oh, this is extraordinary. James Richardson, in no time at all, has taken a 3-0 lead. And he's not the kind of player to take his foot off the gas. One more 12 data, and this average is going to be astronomical.
Game on.
He still hasn't missed a double. And he's not missing more trebles either.
140.
I'll keep a very, very close eye on what is transpiring here. I said that he needed points. I said that he needed legs. That's what he's getting in abundance here.
57.
The biggest average we have seen in Phase 2 was 117.20 from Kevin Burness. I remember commentating on that match and thinking, that was the best I've ever seen you play.
174.
Shaun is not going to give up. But it may be out of his hands.
50.
He can't leave the 170 for the match. Oh, that would have been something. Imagine if he'd left 170 after 9 and taken the 170 in 12. But he could still win 4-0. The leg swing in this match could be absolutely massive for this group. Because at +5 before this began, and McDonald on +13, Richardson could switch things around in that leg difference column. McDonald would go to +9, and so would Richardson. That would be excellent news for Osborne as well.
100.
But it's 104.
Require 104
to finish a very incredible performance. Double top. Hasn't missed a dart to double yet.
64.
Now he has. But based on what we've seen this week, McDonald hits this and probably wins 4-3. There, I just said it. Here he goes. Double 8.
111.
I'm surprised he missed. I am very surprised that he missed.
40.
I'll be even more surprised if James misses this. Wow. That was a miss.
24.
What has just happened?
Shaun requires 16.
Double 8. To take us to a very unlikely 5th leg.
8.
It is now double 8 to seal
James
the second 4-0 of the day. It's there.
Shot out of the match.
And that is a big win for James
Richardson.
Richardson. It's not the average that it could have been. It's not the double stats that it could have been. But the most important thing is he got the 2 points. He is now within 2 points. And it's still 100 average by only a 20th. So 0.2 of a point. But I was just getting a bit carried away there. Because at one point, I wasn't telling you his average. It was 118. He couldn't sustain it. But the 4 legs and the 2 points are the most important thing, of course. Going into the next match, it is Conan Whitehead taking on Joe Davis as we take a bit of a break from the race for the top. Been a difficult week for our next 2 competitors, and particularly for one, he is most definitely out of the race for the top spot, but one is hanging on by a thread. Joe Davis and Conan Whitehead will do battle now, like they did in Game 4 yesterday, which served up 6 legs, but as you can see from that table, Tuesday has given us a bit of a gap between the top 3 and the bottom 3. And if Conan Whitehead wins this match against Joe, then we will see that 6-point gap between 3rd and 4th remain. The battle for the top spot will keep going in the next match as James Richardson returns to take on Colin Osborne in 2nd spot. And Shaun McDonald will finish his campaign for the day against Joe Davis in match 15. After this, Conan will finish his campaign for the day against Martin Adams. And if Joe Davis wins this match, that match between Conan and Martin
125
will be a shootout for the wooden spoon on Tuesday.
180.
A somewhat cheesed off 180 there from Conan because he has been put through the mill today, just like he was yesterday.
$60.
The one win that he has got was against Joe Davis. He will want to do the double to make himself feel just a little bit better. It seems like a long time ago since Conan was winning week 3 in phase 2.
140.
Where he was picking off wins with ease. Treble 17. Double 16.
Game Shaun the first
Very,
leg.
very simple.
Conan
And
Whitehead.
I get the feeling he was throwing that a little bit quicker as well. Are the shackles off when it comes to Conan Whitehead? Now, watch out for him if that's the case.
Second leg, it's Joe to throw first. Game on.
It's at this point when you look at the table as a player and you think, okay, I'm not going to qualify from this group, so what do I do with my next 7 matches? Conan Whitehead could win his next 7 matches. 2 today.
60.
And 5 tomorrow. And still reach 16 points. The problem is, you know for a fact that McDonald, Osborne or Richardson are going to get 4 or 6 more points.
91.
So Conan now becomes a very unpressured spoiler.
140.
He could wreck the chances of someone getting through this group either today or tomorrow. So, for the next 36 hours, I'm going to call Conan Whitehead the Wrecking Ball.
100.
I suppose the question for him is now, does he want to play on Thursday and Friday night, or does he want to play during the day? Now, the advantage of playing at night is that it's a 5-person group and 3 will progress, whereas Group C is 6 players and only 2 progress.
85.
That's his motivation, and if he wants to play in Group B, which is Thursday and Friday night, he has to make the top 4.
90.
So, in that quest, his rivals are
you require 91.
this guy and Martin Adams. Funnily enough, the 2 players he has to play for the rest of today. Tops for Joe Davis.
71.
Gives Conan the chance of our first 170 of the week.
170. 84. Joe, you require 20.
16 darts is very tidy, but he doesn't get it. Looking for a 17. 18, if you please.
15.
And Conan likes what he hears from our referee.
Conan, you require 86.
Treble 18. Conan Country. And double 16 is good.
Conan Whitehead
delivers that with ease, just like he did with his first leg of the contest. 2-0 up now, but like other games, he will not rest here because he has lost big leads before.
Third leg, it's Conan to throw first. Game on. 80.
That's a great 60, but that Robin Hood does not register a point. Right now he's thinking, have I broken my stem ring? Have I broken my stem? Judging by his
100.
approach to the hockey, everything's intact, so everything's good.
$45.
They won't see us on camera, but dart players will get a little bit angsty when they continually lose matches. They don't like to lose 1 match, never mind 4. And if you go a day without any points,
44.
that's the worst case scenario. Sometimes it's a bit harder to read a dart player.
125.
Not everybody's like Aaron Monk, where he's like a book. All you have to do is open him up and read what's there. With Conan right now, you can sense that he's a bit cheesed off with the way things have gone the last couple of days.
100.
But in this game, he's hiding that very well, and he is getting on with the job and doing a really fine job so far.
42.
And as far as the last visit is concerned from Conan,
96.
he will not be pleased with it. But if he gets a big one here, it will be forgotten.
59.
Not really to be. And Joe Davis, who has been the king of the big finishes this week, netting 3 of them over 140, is looking for another. Oh, he's decided not to go for it.
129.
That's brave.
Conan, you require 100.
Against someone who has not missed a double in this match so far.
140.
Interesting leave there from Conan. Are we starting to see
32.
some dead cattery here? Double 8.
24.
Well, Conan, I'm going to utter the
Conan, you require
interminable
10.
words. You left it.
Game
And
shot
you
the
have
third
taken
leg.
it.
Conan
Well,
Whitehead.
fair play. If he wanted to leave double 5, he's left it and he's taken it. So it's got the job done. As far as tactics are concerned, I don't agree with it, but it worked.
Fourth leg, it's Joe to throw first. Game
By the way, if you don't know what dead cattery is in darts, then you obviously don't watch the European Tour. When someone hits
60.
a shot to try and put off your opponent, let's say you're on 182 and you hit a 180 when your opponent's on 32. That's called a dead cat 180. Basically means it's like throwing a dead cat into a room. It doesn't mean anything. All you're trying to do is put people off. Now, if you think that's a really bad turn of phrase, you're probably right. But I didn't come up with it, and it's become a thing. So, I apologise.
180.
Oh, this game is firmly going the way of Conan Whitehead. He obviously likes playing against Joe Davis. And it doesn't look like he's going to lose from 3-0. Which is something that has been a real possibility over the last couple of days. It has happened more than once. But Conan has left 96 after 9 in his best performance of the day to heap more misery on Joe Davis, who has only picked up 1 win today himself.
And then you require 96.
91 left. That leaves 74.
Yes. 36.
All is not lost. Joe's only victory today coming against Martin Adams. And it looks like he's about to get company on the 2-point mark for the day.
And then you require 60.
20 for tops for our second consecutive 4-0. And that is what we get. A 15-darter from Conan Whitehead gets the job done. And he finally gets off the mark for Tuesday. He's not going to contend towards the top of the table, but that will cheer him up. 92.49 and 57% on his checkouts. His best performance of the day so far, so well done to him. As far as the race for the top spot is concerned, it heats up a little bit in the next one because James Richardson is taking on Colin Osborne. One match left for everyone, and it's their last chance to make a mark on Tuesday. Well, James Richardson has left plenty marks on Tuesday, and he has one chance here to have the perfect day against one of his challengers for the top spot in Colin Osborne. Ozzy has not had a bad day. He's picked up 6 points today to add to his total. As you can see, he's on 14 points. And if he can somehow break James's streak today, he will go to the top.
Okay, first leg it's James to throw
for the time being.
Game on.
Because Shaun McDonald will return in match 15 against Joe Davis to try and get that spot
60.
back potentially. But the job for Richardson is very, very clear. Get the perfect 10 points today. Get to 14 points.
43.
And he will be top of the table for now. And he will be top of the table for the first time this week.
97.
He has been the best player today, I have to say, by some distance. I know that Colin has played well at times. I know Shaun has played well at times. But Richardson is the only person today to register 100 plus average, and he's done it twice. Does he have one more left in him? It could be enough. But then again, the best performance we've seen from Colin Osborne this week was against James Richardson yesterday when he averaged 104.18. But that seems like a long time ago now.
99.
After a multitude of matches that went towards the distance,
45.
we've just had 2 matches go 4-0.
James, you require 164.
We couldn't possibly get a 4th in a row, could we? Or 3rd in a row, sorry.
98.
Now, what's very telling about the aggressive nature of James Richardson's game is where he goes for the 66.
100.
A lot of players like the bullseye, but only if they like double 16.
66.
Double 8.
Game
He
shot
just
on
likes the fancy
leg.
finishing. And
James
someone
Richardson.
who likes tops, like James Richardson, the right shot there is treble 10. But because he's aggressive, he goes bull, and he finds it.
Second leg, it's Colin to throw first. Game on. $81.
Now, I'm not going to forget about this today, because I can't believe I forgot about it yesterday. These guys played each other
125.
in a Players' Championship final back in 2011 in Germany.
134.
It was the Wizards' last ranking title nearly a decade ago. Richardson making his first
100.
jaunt into a Players' Championship final. Richardson beat me in the semis by 6 legs to 3. He played extremely well.
135.
Colin Osborne beat Mark Walsh in the semi-finals. James beat Steve Farmer in the quarters. And Osborne
140.
beat someone that you might not have heard of. Chris Aubrey, a fabulous player from Swindon. If Chris is watching. How are we doing, Chris? Long time no see.
45. James,
That is, without a doubt, the biggest game they have ever played.
$85.
Nice lead from James.
Colin, you require 100.
And maybe this 106 needs to go.
$94.
Gets the next best thing.
James, you require
But
51.
you fancy James is going to be in for the break here. 2 darts at tops. Double 10 after the step to the left.
31.
Doesn't step enough this time.
Colin, you require 12.
He wanted to leave double six,
Game shot on the second
and it was a
leg.
great plan.
Colin Osborne.
Osborne has a strength of finding a really good line. Maybe that's the reason why he left double six. And watch out for the opportunities to leave it a little bit later in the
Third leg, it's
match.
James to throw first. Game on.
But as far as Colin Osborne's run to that last Players' Championship success,
85.
beating Richardson 6-2 in the final. And just to paint a picture for you, that was in a place called Gladbeck, where
45.
the old format of that Players' Championship, and some others in Europe, where you would play all of the games on the floor in cubicles, quite similar to what they're playing here.
140.
The semis and final were played on stage in front of an audience. A ram-packed Gladbeck hotel where you would play in front of hundreds of Germans. And that's what James and I did in the semi-final, and that's what Walsh and Osborne did. And ultimately, these two in the final. That was Osborne's title.
140.
Other players that he beat en route to that title: Terry Temple in the last 16. Kevin Munch of Germany in the last 32. Remember him? The man who beat Adrian Lewis at the World Championship a few years ago. Osborne's back in the maximum column, but it may be a little bit too late.
136.
Another. For double eight.
Game
Beautifully
shot on the third
done.
leg.
I said
James
that
Richardson.
180 might be a little bit too late. I wasn't saying that because I knew he was going to hit the 136, but that is his best finish of the day for a 2-1 lead.
Fourth leg, it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
One thing I want to point
60.
out more than anything else about that tournament that Osborne won was someone that I played in that tournament in the last 128. My first player of the day,
100.
who I still firmly believe has the best name in all of darts. If anybody out there thinks that they can find a dart player with any talent with a better
58.
name than this, then please tweet me. Or indeed tweet at Darts Live League, as you can see in the bottom right corner. Because this guy became a bit of a friend of mine because I keep mentioning his name.
121.
He's an Austrian dart player called Wilhelm Schwingenschlögl. Now, if that's not the best name you've ever heard, kindly tell me what is.
180.
That's the best visit possible. And it gets him firmly into leg 4. But for how long? Not for a great deal of time.
180.
Richardson going bananas again.
81.
And if he finds this 100, he'll be 3-1
James,
up,
you require 100.
averaging over 100. 2 up top. Another.
80.
Finds one, but not the other.
Colin, you require 122.
418s for Bull are needed.
$90.
And this one could be getting away from Aussie.
James, you require 20.
Double 10. Oh, that's a good kick into the bed.
James Richardson.
Oh, I was waiting for the sound effect of what would happen. But that, I think, was going to miss if that dart wasn't there. It only just stayed in the board.
James to throw first. Game on.
What an extraordinary double there from James Richardson. He is not going to look back now.
180.
Now, Osborne has been a bit of a ninja this week at getting out of trouble against the likes of Conan,
100.
Whitehead, Martin Adams, and others. He has been in sticky situations aplenty. You could have stuck Colin Osborne in concrete
43.
shoes in quicksand, and at points this week he would have got out of it. But I just don't think that he's going to get out of this.
95.
James is playing too well. Again, he's proving me right.
180.
And that is his third 180. He overtakes Colin in that statistic as well. And what a match this has been.
44.
Very,
Age
very
required,
close
98.
to registering his third consecutive ton plus average. Double 18. That is a
James
case
shut
of
down the
job
match.
done. We've
James
just had
Richardson.
a brilliant performance from James, and he is now on 14 points in the table with Osborne and, of course, Shaun from Scotland. So 103.54, 89 from Osborne is nothing that poor. But the fact of the matter is, Richardson, perfect 10 points for the day. He has been the best player, and he will be a huge factor tomorrow. Martin Adams and Conan Whitehead are not going to be a factor by the looks of it, so they will do battle in Game 14. Let's take a bit of a break from the race for the top spot for now, because Martin Adams is looking for still his first win of the day. Conan Whitehead has just got his a couple of games ago. Is he about to double up? There you see the table. We now have that peloton in the top half of the table. Osborne has been demoted to third position, and Shaun McDonald has been demoted to second. He will have a chance to go back to the top of the table in match 15 against Joe Davis. But now it is a 3-horse race. The other 3 playing for position.
Okay, first leg, it's Martin to throw first. Game on.
Whatever James Richardson has done today, it has worked.
140.
He is top of the daily table. And I think that is fair, considering some of the performances he's put in. In his last 3 matches, he has averaged 100.99, 100.2, and 103.54. He has been the best player by some distance.
43.
Shouldn't really forget that his other 2 averages were all over 90 as well. So his overall average for the week has been very, very impressive.
60.
But on the flip side of that, I'm not saying that Martin has played poorly, but it seems that no matter what he has tried, he has come up against someone or some people that have always had the answer. And as a sports person, you are going to get that now and again.
180.
And just when Martin thinks he's got some breathing space in this leg, Conan comes back with a 180. That's exactly what's been happening to Wolfie all week.
60. Conan, you require 161.
This would be some 6-dart conversion. Bullseye. Oh, Conan, take a bow.
Whitehead.
You don't see that very often. That's a 341 and 6. Well, well, well. I think I've only done that twice in my career. Conan, hat tipped.
Second leg, it's Conan to throw first. Game on.
And it proves my point again. No matter what Martin does, his opponent
92.
seems to have the answer. Well, Martin, you're just going to have to hit 9 daughters.
140.
Even when he's up against an opponent that has only won the same
41.
amount of games as him this week, only 2 matches, he comes up with one of the hardest 6-star conversions possible. And in my opinion,
26.
there is only one more difficult. And that is, of course, the 347.
58.
And there is a school of thought that the 347 is slightly easier than 341. That is for another time.
140.
Adams again gets himself a 2-treble lead
58.
and isn't troubled this time by Conan. When they played yesterday, it was a 4-2 win for Martin.
$140.
He will continue to battle. And if he can find the win, similarly to Conan,
60.
the win gets them to 6 points, the same position
Martin,
as
you
Joe
require
Davis,
55.
but still 8 points adrift of the other 3. 53 left. That leaves tops.
15.
Surely Martin is going to take it next time.
$81.
Don't be
Martin, you
surprised that
require
Conan hits
40.
that 1-1-1 if Martin misses this. But he's not going to miss. Double 5.
Game Shaun.
Told you wouldn't miss.
Martin Adams.
Well, I'm just happy for Martin because he has been through the mill, just like Conan was a little bit earlier today. At least Conan has his victory coming into this final match. Martin's still looking for his.
Martin to throw first. Game on.
One thing that's always intrigued me about dart players that wear a lot of jewellery on their
95.
throwing hand, throwing wrist, is that they're adding weight to their throwing arm. Now, that ring that Martin is throwing with
128.
on his right hand, that doesn't look light. Looks like it's got some weight to it. In fact, I think there are a couple of rings there, including a bracelet on the right wrist.
96.
I've always been someone who's worn something very light on my right wrist, like a rubber band, but nothing of heavy jewellery nature.
85.
I always marvel at the fact that there are only 2 dart players that I know of that wear a watch on their throwing wrist. Mickey Mansell and Simon Whitlock. That I have never understood. Because the last thing you want to do is have something like a watch in the way
35.
of wrist flexion. As you can see from Conan, he's got his watch on his left wrist.
100.
Looks like a smartwatch. He might be measuring his steps for the day. And trust me, dart players do lots of steps.
100.
Maximum is the ideal score here to leave double 4.
94.
That he will take. And now he has to exercise his thoughts on which way he wants to go. But it might be based on what Martin leaves here.
65.
A very rare
Conan, you
visit to the
require
bullseye on the
94.
switch there from Martin. Oh, look at that. That's a beauty. Single 12 for double 16 for the lead.
Game Shaun
That's
the
what he
third
gets
leg.
with a 15-dart
Conan
breaker throw.
Whitehead.
And that was all set up with a very picturesque, photogenic bullseye shot, which was an absolute peach. So, Conan the Barbarian
Fourth
is
leg,
2-1
it's
up.
Conan to throw first. Game on.
Had to get that in there sometime today. Conan the Barbarian.
58.
His nickname was never going to be anything else, was it? At least you can't turn his first name into something with a Y at the end. As much as we love
100.
Chizzy and Walshy and those kinds of nicknames, you're not going to call him Conan-y.
100.
In fact, everybody just calls him Co, which makes him like another Dutch dart player, Co Stompé.
140.
Don't see a great deal of Co these days. Co Stompé, that is. I believe he's working for a Dutch network. When he was on the hockey, he was a bit of a lively one.
100.
Very good dart player, though. Someone that Martin knows very well.
$85.
Martin is maintaining concentration really, really well. And after playing against him last year in the Live League, commentating on him in the
100.
Live League last year and this year, I firmly believe that today he has been hit harder by his opponents than ever in this format.
85.
Today has been a genuine
Only
mental
143.
challenge for the former England captain.
$79.
Great switch to that
Martin, you
favoured
require
54
91.
bid. And Adams needs to do something similar to what Conan did in the last leg. But he doesn't get a shot at the bull after the missed single.
51.
So now Conan has the chance
64.
to finish the leg again on double 16.
Game Shaun the
Making
fourth
it look
leg.
easy all of a
Conan
sudden. The
Whitehead.
last two games he's played, he's looked really, really relaxed on the doubles. And it's working. 3-1 up now against Martin Wolfie Adams.
Fifth leg, it's Martin to throw first. Game on.
Everything that James Richardson has touched today has turned to platinum. Everything Martin has touched
95.
has turned to dust. It will be fascinating to get his outlook on the way things have panned out over the last couple of
94.
days. But just watch out for him tomorrow. I'm not at all dismissing his chances of winning this match right now. But going into tomorrow, where the bottom three are not going to contend, it'll be fascinating to see his mindset.
56.
There will be something to play for, of course, because the bottom two in the group, 5th and 6th position, will play on Thursday and Friday daytime in a harder group.
140.
10 matches, and the top two go through from Group C. Whereas if you progress to
52.
Group B on Thursday and Friday night, 3 players will go through that group. And there's only 5 in it, so it's easier to get through that group. Yes, there are less games to play, but there are more spots available.
100.
Now, 299, you've got to go 19s first here. Sensibly done.
99. Martin, you require 106.
He should be out of this leg now.
$42.
But you sense that Conan is not out of this leg yet. If he puts something sizable in,
140.
I would class that as sizable.
Martin, you require 64.
So word to the wise, Martin. I would hit this. 88. 44.
60.
That could be the last visit of Martin's day.
Conan, you require 60.
20 in tops. He's been excellent on the doubles. He hasn't missed one, in fact.
40.
But this time he does. I don't know whether that dart didn't come out right of his hand,
4.
but it didn't go in the bed right. Double one.
Game Shaun, the fifth
Martin
leg.
finds his way through the madhouse, and he may be feeling mad after what's happened the last couple of days, but that was a beautiful dart, and he is now firmly in the match at 2-3 down.
Sixth leg, it's Conan to throw first. Game on.
If he does want to get that third win of the week, he's going to have to find a break of throw to give himself the chance of serving it out, which is exactly what Conan has now.
$81.
Here he comes, starting to relax again. And when he's relaxed, he can attain a very, very high level. Conan Whitehead is someone who has averaged 115
95.
in a Players' Championship match, and only great talents can do that.
100.
He is taking Martin Adams out of the equation here in leg 6. And he's going to have a minimum of 6 darts from 121
You require
to get his second win of the day, and to confine Martin Adams to the bottom of the table for Tuesday.
38.
And indeed the bottom of the table overall. He only has to negotiate 83 more points.
100. Conan, you require
Treble 17 the target
83.
then. Bullseye.
58.
He will have to rely on Martin maybe missing that 25 to give himself a shot at 25. Another 25. Oh, Martin. He sees the funny side of it. Because if he'd have hit the 15 in the first start, he'd still have a shot.
85.
Would have been 60
Conan, you
bull.
require 25.
Just to play on numbers there, really. But double 8 for Conan Whitehead. And he finds the match-winning shot.
Conan
Martin
Whitehead.
Adams, unfortunately, finishes Tuesday without a win. But those two go way back and they share a clink of the bottles. But, unfortunately for Martin, it is not meant to be. And he will have to go into Wednesday without any points from today. Conan Whitehead had a very good end to his campaign there with an 87 average and 50% on his doubles. So he gets 4 points for the day, but is out of the race to get to the top spot. As far as that top spot is concerned, Shaun McDonald has one more match now against Joe Davis. If he wins, he will go to top spot before the final day of Group A. One more match for today's session, and it does have a bearing on who will finish top before we go into the final day of Group A. It's all down to Shaun McDonald. In his way, Joe Davis. Down to you guys. What have you got? Well, Joe, as you can see, is in 5th position on 6 points. He is assured of being in the top 3 no matter what happens here. But he can elevate himself to number 4 position if he can find a win against 2nd placed Shaun McDonald here. But if Shaun wins, he will be assured of being top spot going into tomorrow. But everything is just a little bit tighter than it was after Monday. And we now have not 2 players at the top, but 3. That makes for very interesting reading.
100.
For the 2nd consecutive day, Joe Davis will close the action. Yesterday he closed things off against Colin Osborne and won 4-0. I'd like to say that was his best performance of the day, but that's inaccurate. His best performance was against Martin Adams, and that was in game 11 of Monday. But he's only had 1 win today, and that was against Martin Adams again by 4-3. Not as impressive
84.
a performance, but still very good all the same. As far as Shaun is concerned, it's been
100.
Fairly the same as yesterday. Maybe not at the same level. And you can tell that maybe there are other levels to find. But he has been plucking away, just picking off points when they have become available.
58.
He will be a heavy favourite going into this game. But there may be a lot of people out there thinking, come on, Joe. What we want to see is McDonald, Osborne and Richardson tied going into
100.
Wednesday. Well, for the first time in a while, Shaun is not top of the table because Richardson is there on leg difference after his perfect 10 points today.
133.
Davis utilising that treble 19 really, really well. And he will have to stay there. Now we're starting to see that focus from Shaun.
Joe, you require 126.
Playing his 8th day in 9. He will need to utilise all the focus he has to try and get over the line here.
58.
And indeed tomorrow.
Shaun, you require 101.
This would be a great time to take 81 and 2. Double 12. That is really good. It's a first leg break, and it's a real confidence boost as well, because over the last couple of games, Shaun McDonald has not played his best darts. But if he's saving his best to last, well, let's see.
Game on.
Beat Conan Whitehead by 4-0 with a very impressive 98.56 average.
100.
That was in his first match of the day in match 2. Then 4-1 against Osborne. That could be telling. Then 4-2 against Martin Adams. And then a loss by 4-0 to James Richardson. Could that be telling? But right now, Shaun has got one job. And that's beating Joe Davis. And the destiny of the winner of Group A in Champions
96.
Week will be in his hands. He will know that going into Wednesday, if he wins all 5 games, he will be through.
140.
And indeed, if he does win this game and all 5 tomorrow, he will equal the best points total of anybody in Group A. The record stands at 26 points.
145.
But look at that for counting. That is premium counting right there from Shaun McDonald. Utilising the 25 first, then the 260s to leave 160. That is elite counting.
59.
Not to mention he threw the darts very, very well.
Shaun, you require 100.
It's all well and good getting the thought process right, but you still got to hit it. Even if he had taken that 160, the 6 darts
60.
for 305 still wouldn't be as good as the 6-dart conversion we saw from Conan Whitehead in the last match, where he took 341, 180, 161.
60. Shaun, you require 100.
Only 2 darts away from 2-0. It might only take the 2 darts.
80.
But he needs the bonus visit. Joe doesn't look too pleased right now with the way he's throwing these darts.
68.
He looks a bit mystified.
Shaun, you require 20.
Shaun has to take advantage of that. And he does so.
On the second leg.
17 darter is very good for a hold. And this is a very steady performance, averaging around 94. The doubles are okay, but it's all about the points. It's all about having the destiny in his own hands going into Wednesday.
I called 68 for Joe's last score.
We're just straightening up the scoring graphic for you as we start this third leg. Joe will throw first, as he had the darts at the very start of the match.
Third leg, it's Joe to throw first.
He did not have that yesterday when he was defeated by 4 legs to 2 by Shaun. That's where it all started. Well, like I was saying, Shaun wins this match, still has the opportunity of getting a record total in Group A in Champions Week. If he was to do that and beat Mike Warburton's record of 26 points and leg difference in this group, it would be stupendous, considering he played 6 days last week as well.
140.
He might get himself a nickname, the Workhorse. Although, we've already christened him the Punisher. He wasn't really sure why I called him that.
100.
And then I showed him the movie poster from the Punisher. And then I think he got it after that. He looked like one of the lead characters from the movie poster, where they've got that sinister look on their face. Because when he looks at the dartboard, he looks at the dartboard like it's
42.
telling him something very blue. Nothing wrong with giving the dartboard a scowl. Like I always say, the dartboard doesn't talk back.
100.
Unless you get a bounce out, of course. But then you can just hit the dartboard again. It's a very therapeutic tool, as the dartboard. It will never leave you.
95.
It will always be there for you. That was deep. Back to the match. Shaun McDonald looking to leave maybe 104 here. Extremely possible. May leave 64.
140.
I'm not telepathic, I
So you
swear.
require 164.
It was just a theory. He had a shot at the bullseye for this yesterday. But he's not going to get a look today.
136.
But he does get the next best thing.
Shaun, you require 104.
Can he find 18 and double 16? for a double break.
Game
That is
shot on the
absolutely
third leg.
magnificent from Shaun
Shaun
McDonald.
McDonald.
And just when he needs a performance, he comes up with something like this. He really does want to be top dog before Wednesday, doesn't he?
Fourth leg, it's Shaun to throw first. Game on.
You get the feeling that the Punisher does not want to be second going into Wednesday. He wants to be top.
119.
He's got used to being top throughout the course of the last couple of days. Only good players with confidence tend to think that way.
180.
It's completely up to Joe Davis to just resist what Shaun does. But whatever he does, Shaun's got the answer.
140.
Looks like we're going to be in for a thrilling Wednesday to see who wins this group.
$100.
Good leg from Joe. It's not in his hands, though. 99 average for Shaun, 91 for Joe. Good standard. And we could find McDonald going over the 100 mark if he keeps scoring this way.
100.
Oh, that's a miss. And that gives 6 darts from 142.
Shaun, you require 142.
There is another thing at stake here. It's not just the 4-0 victory and for the 2 points, but the leg difference. Remember that. We currently have 3 players on 14 points. If McDonald gets to 16 points via a 4-0 victory, he will regain the lead in leg difference over James Richardson as well. He's currently adrift by 3.
41.
So if he gets 4-0, he's on plus 13.
24.
So for the most points and the most leg difference going into the final day of Group A, he needs double 6. And that's what he gets. A brilliant performance from Shaun McDonald. And just when you thought he might be getting tired, he puts in a performance just like that. He has done what we call in the industry the bookend. He has had the exact same performance in Game 1 as the last game. So he has lasted the distance and he is at the top of the table, as you can see, on 16 points. And he has regained the lead in leg difference by 1 solitary leg. So, it's all geared up for Wednesday. 3 players can possibly win tomorrow's Group A title. Who will it be? You'll have to join us and me, Paul the Asset Nicholson, from 9:30 in the morning via your streaming services of your favourite bookmaker or by the Online Darts YouTube channel. This is me signing up for now. Enjoy the rest of Tuesday. We'll see you tomorrow.